Snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, what if any you might be, and welcome to day 19 of the Karen Retrial, or as we call it, the pursuit of justice. We have now been pursuing justice for 3 years. I have updated my Tinder profile, so it says that I am pursuing long walks on the beach, even though I have on my Grindr profile that I really don't like walking. It's just tricks in the trade that I learned yesterday. Just wanted to say hi, Lolita. Been watching on Rackets. Show some support after all the stuff. It's been interesting to see this perspective for someone who didn't watch Karen Read 1.0. Yeah, I wish I knew him better. I would really like to invite him on for one of my tea time chats and hear how he's seeing it, because he didn't watch the first trial. But je suis en petit poisson, so probably not my reach to get him. Hello, and Mueller over on Rumble. And Sebastian, how are you doing? Welcome, Mo.
Hello.
Well, I'm pursuing walking more. Pursuing has now become the new. I have, what was it she said? Our favorite blonde.
Pledge versus donate.
Yeah, it's the same as I have pledged that I will exercise more.
Same. I actually need to put my little elliptical under my desk so I can use it.
Well, let's not overdo it. Let's just say we're pursuing exercising.
Fair point. I can do that. I am all about the pursuit of getting somewhere someday.
It was interesting watching the social media commentary after trial yesterday. The amount of cope and seethe going on from the antis yesterday was a new high level. Plevin, who may or may not be the anonymous mass lawyer, I have a big feeling, especially because the idiot forgets to change his Twitter account when he answers people. So I have a guess he might be that one. I don't know for sure. But, oh my God. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change his testimony. We didn't even touch his testimony yesterday.
We haven't touched his testimony yet.
No, what we
But
did yesterday was take this man, bend him over kind of in this position.
Let me get... I need to get my bad touch doll.
And this, if it was this thick, would be Alessi. And what he did to him was repeatedly, you know the picture.
So what I will say, I don't generally go on the antis because I don't like to deal with dumb people. It tested the Jesus in me, and I don't ever win that battle. But the problem I had was the mainstream media. So Court TV, Law and Crime, the headlines they were putting out were all about, he confirmed the timeline. It is true. They really didn't say anything about Alessi, and I found that completely disingenuous. It is going to be the Kyle Rittenhouse case all over again. If you did not watch this trial, people are going to be very confused if Karen gets found not guilty, or if she's acquitted. They are going to be confused because all they're hearing is how wonderful the state's doing and not the truth.
That's the big problem, and that's why I particularly don't like Court TV and their experts who they only choose for their biases. Even Vinny Poliziano has now seen how stupid this is, and every day, I'm sorry, I just can't. That Julie Grant, and yes, call me a misogynist again. She looks like a typical news bimbo. There is a look that you need to have to be a news anchor female on cable TV. Doesn't matter what channel. And she has that look. And
there's always a redhead bias. That's why I haven't been called to do anything.
It's not a redhead bias. It's a protection of your soul.
Fair point. I mean, the amount of money they'd have to buy or spend to find a foundation that actually matches my tone would be upsetting, I guess.
And Kim is at the gym, so she's pursuing muscle, but I don't think my pursuit is like the pursuit Shannon's hair has to a decent hairline. No, that pursuit has ended.
That was not good.
But my big problem is, I don't care. I'm heavily biased. I've been biased for 2 years because I saw the pictures and I've seen the first trial. I'm a YouTuber. My grift is I do what I want on my channel, and I can take whatever position I want. I don't sit here and try, because if you don't like me, you'll choose someone else. Hopefully you won't choose the not so fantastic four: Caffey Daffy, Krusty, Plevin, and that weirdo, I can't remember his name, Bodie or something. But you'll choose something that may be a little more fence-sitting or something who's a little more unbiased. No problem. See you at the next trial where we're going to cover something else, and you might agree with me. That's fine. But I am not here to portray that I'm not me. I am a commentator.
Yeah.
Court TV is unbiased.
Allegedly.
They should be. I haven't seen any evidence thus far to convince me of Karen Reed's guilt for conviction in this trial. There has been no evidence. What he did yesterday said, I aligned the timeline. Yeah, you did it so she hit him 2 minutes after she left Fairview.
Yeah, and when there is, again, it's approximate preciseness. I have never in my life heard those terms put together in that order. Approximate preciseness means you didn't do jack crap with the scientific method.
And again, approximate preciseness is being a little bit pregnant. It doesn't exist. You're either precise or you're not. You're not Well, I'm in the ballpark.
Well, yeah. And to the people, again, as Baker has said, as we have all said, we don't, you know, we don't go and say you have to have a degree to be an
No.
expert. We don't think that. We don't, go bow down to authority. The problem is if you hold yourself out as having this degree, then you don't. I'm not trusting anything that comes out of your mouth now.
If you lie on 4 different CVs, it's kind of like that 80-year-old man who found Anna Nicole Smith. Yeah, of course you love me for my big heart and my tippet dong.
And thank you, Patrick W., for the super chat. Good morning, Mo, Billy Goats, and Gruff the Dane.
Isn't it Frog the game? I was telling my hubs I have zero idea what happened that night to John. I probably never will. That leads me to not guilty. None of what they're putting out there makes sense. And that's the problem. We are 19 days into a case. As I said in my recap this morning, how many more can... I have 2 more witnesses that I know they will call. And then I'm not sure they're going to call anymore. So we could potentially be done. Well, Welcher is going to do a long presentation about bullcrap lined up with this timeline that we will now probably see get destroyed all over the place. And then you have the brain surgeon who will come in and say, his head injuries. What haven't we heard? Well, Welcher will always also talk about how the car hit him and how he magically didn't get one single wound to his body, one single scrape aligning with being struck by a car. And unless he's going to sit there and say, oh, me likey, I'm getting my chow mein after I got my Peking duck, because he will eat him.
So I did want to get your opinion. Do you think that the defense is going to go full mistrial now? Because we now have evidence that Brennan knew about this report coming in prior, when he lied to the court and said, this was a big old surprise. I'm super serial, guys. I've never seen it.
I at this point, would you roll the dice with it and go for the third one? I believe that
the jury,
Bev, if she was a real lawyer, yesterday would have stopped, said, Alessi, would this be a perfect time to take our afternoon break? And then she would say, okay, I'm sending the jurors home. We are having an inquiry right now. Mr. Brennan, you have till 10 o'clock tonight to send me every piece of communication you have had with Dr. Welcher and B.S. Burgess. You better have everything. Remember when you talked about 100 texts going missing? Everything. And we are talking about, even if he rang you up to say, can I see get a peek at your stamp collection? Yes, that's an innuendo. Everything is on my desk by 10 p.m. tonight. It smacks, fella.
Okay, got it.
But imagine if it had been it was really good if I didn't take so long to do this. If this had been the judge.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
If he had been there, they would all be sitting on blown up donuts today, trying to stammer and find out how not to get in trouble with the bar. Brennan, on the record, lied to Judge Beverly Cannoni. The defense never did that. They didn't disclose a bill they didn't know was coming after a trial had ended, which to me is still baffling me how she can lose her shit over that, because it happened 3 weeks after the trial ended. This guy, in the middle of trial, ordered a new report. Well, I just used the prepin from earlier. So No, you didn't. Good morning,
No.
Baker, and all. So yesterday, among many FUBAR things, we learned about the email version of a bot dial. Copy and paste. What will we learn today? Thank you, Stacy LaBruno. Yeah, let's call it a bot dial email because that was a big, in my opinion, she should have ended it there.
It's literally a worse version of what she got super upset with Alan Jackson and David Dinetti about, right? Like they did something similar, but it was a much less egregious act, in my opinion. It was drawn out over years, and of course you're going to lose some text messages after 2-3 years of them taking place, especially if they were irrelevant. But Brendan flat out lied. He flat out lied, said he had no idea it was coming, had nothing to do with this new report, and then dude gets on the stand and just basically blasts him. It's like, yeah, we talked the day before. He knew it was coming. He flat out lied, and Cannoni didn't give a crap. Gave 0 Fs.
Yeah, and it should be with prejudice. Yeah, I agree, MG.
Oh, it should.
Yes. Who you talk to? Nobody. Did you talk to Hank? Yes. Did you talk to Tolly 10 times? Yeah. Chloe? Sorry, Cora? Yes, but only a handful. And his handful was somewhere between 5 and 10.
5 and 10.
Where in Kentucky was he born? If he has 10 fingers on a hand, his family reunions are really small parties.
Well, also, Brendan's behavior speaks to a sort of, again, he has a comfort. He can lie to Bev, and he didn't get stressed out. He thinks he can get away with it. It does speak of a sort of entitlement that Bev has cultivated by never calling him on his ish. I mean, it's the same way that the judge in the Darrell Brooks case would never, stand by, you're in the bad boy room, you can stay there forever. I don't care if you're part of this case. We have made exceptions. No, it's like, are you ready to play nice again? Okay, we'll bring you back in.
Yeah, she's, but her bias is showing, and we know she's not going to do anything.
No, not a chance.
And thank you, Patrick W., for being a member for 9 months. This is wasted time. It will overturn on Double Jeopardy. That's the hope, but I hope that she just gets acquitted.
Yeah.
I mean, it will never be over. That's the sad thing is, either way, whether she's found innocent or whether she's found guilty, this will never be over because you have people so entrenched in this case that even if she is, acquitted, they will be, for the rest of her life reminding her that they think she's a, terrible person.
It's Rittenhouse. He traveled across state lines and unalived a bus full of pre-toddler black kids while wearing a white hood and singing the Horst Wessel song. That's a deep dive. Only Serenity might know what that is.
Yeah.
I have no idea what that is.
Can I replay the clip of Brennan where he said it was a surprise? I don't have the clip, so I can't do that. But I know someone clipped it yesterday. I think Brandy shared it on her twat, but I'm not 100. I think I saw Brandy sharing it. But I don't have the clip right now.
And as the person who coined the tuft of justice in the Maya Kowalski case, the tuft of shame has been named. And it sits upon the head of Shannon 1N Burgess.
Sadly, Lefty, that wasn't what happened.
That guy was amazing. I can't wait till this continues. He would literally be asked a question, deny it, and then 3 questions later be like, yep, I did. I sure did. I'm sorry. I did it.
Well, because he's like, he only has evidence of 1 CV. He didn't realize they had dug back to his MySpace days.
Jesus.
And of course, totally another Russian would know Horst Wessel as well. Don't look it up, fellas. The police is getting ratioed to the moon with every single post they made on Twitter, and it's glorious. I go in there every single time. Remember Mother's Day and take care of mothers, and I put in, except the mothers that your officers unalive before they give birth. And it must be, imagine being the social media guy on the MSP, who is most likely a lowly intern who's just told, put up some fluff today. And everyone is just, How many people have you unalived today to cover up crimes?
There's a whole lot of not good happening in the Massachusetts State Police, y'all.
And lawyer, said he went back and watched, and that Brennan definitely said he was totally surprised by the report. Yeah, he was. We said it yesterday because we watched it. We remembered it. It was, hey, only one of us has a slight memory problem, but that's because of my age.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I've been blown up a lot.
And again, can you maybe MG can chime in on this, because he, as a lawyer, he probably hired an expert before. Have you ever met a lawyer or an expert who says, "Can I work for free unless it's pro bono?" That's the stupidest thing ever.
I want the defense to ask Bev, okay, where are the invoices for this? This is additional work. Who again, this man is not high speed. He has not, updated his fraudulent CV in 8 years? He's 17 years into a bachelor's degree. I mean, honest to God, do you think this man is going to motivate himself to write an extra damn report on his own self? No.
I think he's a con man. I think he's been, 17 years. You're still working on your bachelor's and you're not in school. Like, what are you doing, man? Just accept it for what it is. You don't have a college degree, and that's okay. I don't either, man.
He has an associate.
But you know what? I don't. Does he?
Yeah, I think. Well, now that I say that, maybe he's also pursuing that.
Does he?
On his CV, he says he has one, but he also counts.
He says a lot on his CV, Mo. I don't know if you caught on to that.
Yeah, but so do I. I say, Empress of the Pettyverse. I have yet to get anyone to, try to ration take away my royalty. Although,
yeah, no way this guy spontaneously issued an entire new expert report without consulting with his client. And he did. We know this. He said, I called him the day before. And no way he wrote a report in one day that he had the background material for 2 weeks. He did it because he was ordered to, there will come a report from ARCA. You better go in and press Control P and then write timeline and read everything about timeline, and then make a new report that can go against it, which is BS because they haven't testified yet, and we are in the middle of a case. It's stupid.
Also, I'm not a lawyer, but they issued a report. ARCA issued a report. Then ARCA did a rebuttal sort of set of experiments to rebut the original report. Now, I didn't think that the state's expert got then another chance to write a rebuttal report.
Well, then they should come in as rebuttal. The problem is he just out of the blue, doing the trial so the defense can prepare for it, said, even though it's 5 weeks since we had the deadline for evidence, I just decided I would write a report on material I've had for 2 months. Yeah, it's extremely rare for an expert to work pro bono. I never heard about it before, especially one who just, I didn't inform him. I didn't talk to him. I just sat down and hacked away at the keyboard like I was Plevin writing one of his fantasy novels, and made a new report and sent it to him without telling him. No expert in the known universe or the pursuant of another universe have ever done that. That's my pursuit as well. I put it in my Tinder profile. Millionaire, 5 inches, friendly. And then when they find out the truth, I said, well, I'm pursuing all of these goals.
It's a pledge.
I'm in pursuit of a 6-pack abs somewhere. I mean, they're deep in there. They're undercover.
MG, it absolutely is. And this dude is professional level gaslighter. Brennan is. Well, he gets up there and claims that they're trying to do a trial by ambush as he's doing the exact same thing.
So what bothers me, and I'm not a computerologist, you all know that I just like put offerings in front of my computer to keep it going. I don't understand this stuff. But something as basic as bits and bytes, which again, I still don't understand, but the fact that he wrote them wrong and didn't correct it until it was pointed out to him, lying and slandering, Miss Gaffigan, who obviously was just trying to support herself when her husband was off, making fun of Hot Pockets.
What?
Gaffigan. So
It's probably a brand name. I don't know because we don't have Hot
Jim
Pockets in Denmark.
Gaffigan makes fun of Hot Pockets, the lady who
comedian?
was supposedly broke off the chip and, didn't find anything, was also named Maggie Gaffigan. So I was making a joke that her husband, it's not as funny if I had.
Anything to do before the
Got it.
Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice
Didn't
of
know
the
Jim
funny in my
Gaffigan had a
head.
thing about Hot Pockets.
I don't know who Gaffigan is.
Draw near, give your attendance, and you
He's a
shall be
comedian.
heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
But God save the Commonwealth of
I
Massachusetts
have
is
to ask you
weird
those
to
same
me.
3 questions. Were you all
It's like a
able to
desperate
follow my
plea at the end of
instructions
it.
and refrain from discussing
Yeah.
this case with anyone since we left
I need to
yesterday?
find my phone. Oh.
Everyone said yes or not.
On Tuesday, we do arms because if you want a pretty girl grabbing your squirrel, no, you're not like a squirrel. Baker's arm better be effing swole. Well, Brandon, I did the buys today.
Get it, Baker.
Ooh.
Get it. The curls
And
are
it
for
was-
the girls, boys. The curls
Yeah,
are for
and
the girls.
I can still do the good old Arnold curls with the 44s. So
Ooh. Those things are hard because you have to rotate. That's where you always lost me. Well,
Yeah,
that and coordination.
I can on a good day I can swing the 36 kilos, which would be somewhere in the 80s, I think.
Yeah,
for
that's a
hammer
negative
curls.
night.
About 80 pounds.
But I want to continue to look like a woman, so low weight.
Well, trust me, you won't bulk up. I know women think, "Oh, I lifted something over 2 pounds. I'm gonna look like Arnold tomorrow." No,
I used to deadlift 300. I'm not afraid of heavy weights. I'm just joking. I'm
but
like a
everyone is
comedian and
always-
it's like crickets. Like
I don't like free weights because it makes me look swole. Nah, I've been doing this for a lot of time. I'm just fat with muscles on.
well, someone who will never look swole is Mr. Burgess.
After
maybe he
today,
added
he
an
would
N
look
to
a
his
little
name.
deflated and violated.
Does he still have a job? Let's be real, y'all.
My instructions and refrain from doing it independently.
Well, both him and Dr. Welcher now has a watermark across their CV on the website saying "not for expert testimonial."
Oh crap! Does Dr. Welcher have issues
Yeah.
with? Oh no, the state. This is the best you could find.
Marissa noticed that Dr. Burgess, he had it for like 72 hours or something like that, but Dr. Welcher was pretty new.
Oh,
Research
wow.
on
Thank you,
investigation.
Marissa.
Everyone said
Interesting.
yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone
I
said
have.
no. Thank you.
Oh.
Any
It's
other
very
questions?
turned up at the tip. But I can't get over the fact that she emphasizes it by not cutting her bangs to see people. I'm like, ma'am, there is a cure for all of this. It's called some skizzers. You can still say in the 80s and have your claw hammer bang.
Thank you.
Oh, Lord, he's already starting out
Mr.
red.
Bless you whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, Ms. Burgess. Morning. On your direct examination yesterday, your experience was brought up in questions, correct?
Correct.
On your direct examination, your certifications were brought up in questions, correct?
Incorrect.
There was no discussion in your direct exaction about having certifications in
was.
Celebrite and Magnet Forensic Axiom. Did I mishear that?
No, if I misheard your question, it was
I asked about certifications. I'll repeat it.
So we're off to a bang. All right, let's
In
go.
your direct examination, your certifications
I need to get my bad touch doll. This
brought
is
up.
going to be great.
in questions, correct?
yes, correct.
However,
What a
on your
moron.
direct examination, no questions were asked of you at all about your supposed education, correct?
Correct.
And you did not bring up
Supposed.
your educational background at all on
Correct.
direct examination,
No.
correct?
Correct.
I imagine that somewhere in his
a
mind,
forensic
he's just curled up
examiner
in the fetal position. Like
Must
this.
prioritize accuracy, correct?
Correct.
A forensic examiner must prioritize reliability, correct?
Correct.
Both are important.
Correct.
It's criminal proceeding we're in, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, accuracy and reliability are especially important in a criminal case as opposed to a civil case, correct?
I think that would be equally important in both, but yes,
But they're certainly important in a criminal case.
correct.
And accuracy and reliability are especially important when seconds and minutes matter as they matter and as you testified to in this case, correct?
Correct.
You testified yesterday that the events on the timeline contained in your PowerPoint presentation that was displayed yesterday and presented to the jury were accurate, your words several times, down to the second, correct?
Correct. For the Lexus, yes.
For the Lexus.
Yes.
You said they were accurate down to the second, correct?
Correct.
Take a
Approximately.
look at your
accurate down
PowerPoint
to the
presentation that you discussed
second.
extensively
That's a thing.
before the jury yesterday. Mr. Wool, could we please bring up slide 32?
Let's get back to goats. They don't lie. That's true. Goats never lie.
They lie around the whole time.
Presentation, Mr. Burgess discussed with the jury yesterday.
Lie. Lie.
And Your Honor, with your permission to publish,
Okay,
thank you. Mr. Burgess, pick your screen.
Sure.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's Lexus vehicle traveling to 34 Fairview Road and the O'Keefe residence?
Yes.
According to your timeline, Miss Reed's vehicle powered on at 12:36 a.m. on January 30th, correct?
Correct.
Now, is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
For the power on and off events, yes.
Yes. Could we go to slide 33, please, Mr. Wolf? And we're going to go through a handful of slides,
Sure.
Mr. Burgess, just to give you a heads up. Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed leaving the O'Keefe residence at 5:07 a.m.?
Yes, it is.
And according to your timeline, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle at 5:07:46 a.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
If we could go, Mr. Woog, to slide 34, please. And these are all your slides, correct, sir?
Correct, they
You
are.
prepared them?
Yes.
Is slide 34 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed traveling to the Dighton residence at 12:25:01 a.m.? I'm sorry, 12:25:01
They
p.m.
said you don't have to come back
12:35:01.
Monday, so enjoy.
Correct.
I'm sorry, thank you,
Yeah.
12:35. And according to your analysis, Ms. Reed powered on her vehicle to travel to Dighton at 12:35:01.
You have that. What's coming?
Yeah,
Because
I'm
oh,
excited.
yeah,
I
it's,
know. I'm like, oh, unless he's getting into time and he's asking about accuracy, I'm not going to understand any of the math used, but I'm here for it.
1 p.m. on January 30th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And is the time on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes.
Slide 35, please, Mr. Wolf.
I bet it's not.
Is this a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Ms. Reed's vehicle being towed by the Massachusetts police vendor from her parents' residence in Dighton?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to your timeline that you created here, Ms. Reed's vehicle was powered on at 4:11 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, and towed to the Canton Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Is your timeline on this slide accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday.
Yes, this time stamp yes.
Slide 36, please, Mr. Wolf. Is slide 36 a true and accurate representation of your analysis of Miss Reed's vehicle arriving at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, it is.
And pursuant to the timeline you created, Miss Reed's vehicle powered off at 5:36:42 p.m. on January 30th, 2022, correct?
Objection. Objection.
I'll let you have this.
Okay.
How can he object to his own slides?
It's devastating to my case.
Yeah.
Is your analysis down to, is your analysis on slide 36 accurate down to the second, as you stated in your direct examination yesterday?
Yes, according to the Lexus, yes.
According to the Lexus.
Yes.
In point of fact, Mr. Burgess, none of the 5 timelines that we just reviewed from your presentation are accurate at all, and certainly
No.
not down to
Outstanding.
second. Am I right or am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Are you aware, and if we could go back to the first slide, which is slide 32, and we'll look at each of them quickly.
Come on, landed.
Are you aware that all of the relevant events in the timeline you described in your presentation in these slides actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, not January 30th, 2022? Do you know that?
You had the wrong date.
This is January 30th, 2022.
That's
January
no, it's
29th,
not.
correct.
It's January 29th.
Holy shit, he got the wrong dates.
2022.
Are you kidding me?
And in terms of January 30th, I want to go back and make sure it's very, very clear. In your presentation, they actually occurred on January 29th, 2022, correct?
He has no idea.
The night of the incident, yes.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
So
Dear
he wrote the.
Tiny.
Did he put the wrong year on it?
I think holy
He said January 30th.
Oh, the wrong date. Sorry,
Yeah.
the wrong date.
Mr. Burgess.
giblets.
Once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong date.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's see,
What now?
let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th.
No,
If I misspoke and said the 29th. Yes.
no, it's the 29th.
You understand my point?
Yes, I do.
It is the 29th. He was hit the 29th in the morning at 12:32.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
So he put 30th on all of it because he's.
Did he put
But-
30th on?
I,
I'm sorry,
you
I'm
know,
just gonna
I have
go
to
back.
look at we have to go back to the timeline because I didn't even pay attention to it. Where is Maybe take off the
January.
closed captions.
It says January 30th.
It
From
says
here.
29th.
He's got
here.
the wrong date on the timeline.
Holy
It should be
Jesus,
28
man.
to 29.
Yeah, it should be 28 here and 29 here.
Yeah.
How did Brennan not catch this? Are you kidding? How did no
How
one
did
catch
this guy
this?
not catch this? He gets paid to do this. It doesn't mean anything. It's still accurate, and he can just say, "Well, it's a typo." But again, it just comes off as you did this with your head up in the part of the body the rest of us sits on.
He has cranial rectitis to the 3rd degree.
Cranial rectitis. It just goes to show how not professional this all is, though, right? Like, yeah, it's a stupid error and it's probably an easy remedy. Yeah, I put the wrong date in. My bad.
Yeah.
But it just goes to show how ridiculously bad this guy is at his job.
Yeah, and accuracy is just never going to be. His passport will never have accuracy stamped on it. Okay, that is a town he's never going to visit.
Hey, I'm just gonna say, I might while I was married, have forgotten my wife's birthday for a day or two. What's a day between friends? Come on now. Don't
Sure, that
you
went
women,
well.
you're way too stickler for accuracy.
Also, Alessi's dimples are coming out.
Mr. Burgess, once that timeline crosses into midnight, it's January.
Yeah, and again, go to Aperture's website, Truth and I think it says Truth and Precision or something like that.
January 30th, not January 29th, correct?
Correct. Yes, it is January 30th. Yes.
So in actuality, these 5 timelines, as you testified to them yesterday, are not accurate down to the second, correct? Because you got the wrong
20
date.
people.
Well, parlance, yes, but yes, they are still accurate to the second.
But the date, these 5 timelines, let's pursue this. These 5 timelines are exactly 24 hours off from the time where the event actually occurred, correct?
No. So these events occurred on January 30th.
No, they didn't.
29th.
I misspoke and said the 29th. Yes.
No.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. He's making my birthday.
Understand my point.
Yes, I do.
Right.
They didn't.
The core basis of your job, your role in this case, is to reconcile time discrepancies.
They happened on the
as you
29th,
say,
not the
down to
30th. What the hell is he
correct?
talking about?
Correct.
It's
But your
I think
discussion
he's
of
didn't listen.
the timeline
I
on
don't think
each
he has the
of these
slightest idea
slides,
when any of this actually took place.
on each of these key events is incorrect, correct?
No, it's not incorrect.
So your discussion of the applicable date, you're saying, as you described it yesterday and interpreted this timeline, was correct? Is that what you're saying now?
This timeline is correct.
But
Yes.
my question is your discussion of it yesterday.
If I misspoke and said the 29th, then yes, I misspoke on that. Yes.
It is
And
the
that was your
29th.
testimony
Was the
yesterday.
29th.
Yes.
He's getting him so confused.
Let's turn to a different topic. Lights up, if we could, and thank you for taking that down, Mr. Wolf.
Accuracy versus the ailment of the stars.
That was funny.
Well, the expert is just one day off, and people are.
He's an idiot.
We know the
He's an
expert.
absolute idiot.
If the expert is less than a week off, he's within time.
Fair point.
Your actually to
Allow
mitigate
it.
the inconsistencies that you analyzed yesterday,
I think Alessi is confused because he admitted, yes, it was the 30th. No, it's the 29th. I don't think he listened to his answer.
between independent clocks, am I correct that your position is that forensic methodology recommends cross-referencing timestamps from multiple sources to identify discrepancies and, when possible, leveraging time anchors, events that contain both a system timestamp and an external physical event to identify and correct timing discrepancies? Do I have that right?
Yes, you did.
Yesterday, we talked about the scientific method. You recall that, sir?
How is Miss Little
And how
not
it's designed
corrected
to prevent
Alessi yet?
bias from infecting the analysis. You recall that as well?
Yes, I did.
And yesterday, you agreed that experts should never selectively gather and interpret evidence to confirm a pre-existing belief while neglecting evidence that contradicts those beliefs, correct?
Correct.
And doing that is called confirmation bias, which you said you understood yesterday, right?
That is correct.
That would be improper to do that, correct?
Yes.
It would raise the specter, if not the reality, of unreliability if that occurred, correct?
It could. Yes.
And it could also lead into errors in forensic analyses, correct?
Correct.
Let's take a look at your January 30th report, sir.
Okay.
And Danny
Do you
T, just so you know, on Twitter, the Yellow Cottage Tale you replied to is a parody account.
And this is your first report, your second report being the May 8th report. In your January 30th report, you did not issue any opinion or conclusion with regard to the timing of what you call the tech stream event 11/62/2 in your January 30th.
Yeah, he did try the tuft on the other side today. It didn't work, but he did try. Oh, this is the face of a guy who will go out, get Taco Bell on the first break, and then get violently sick. I bet you he'll drink Vicine in the hopes that it'll make him poop all over the stand, so he has to be carted out of there.
I just saw
I think
something about
Visine is
Taco
deadly
Bell.
now and not just makes you go. Because haven't there been like a gajillion cases with the use of Visine here lately?
It's always been deadly, but yeah.
Well,
I think. Never mind. I forgot what I was going to say. There's something about
sorry.
Taco Bell. It was something about Taco Bell. Something about the UK, Ireland, or something like didn't allow Taco Bell because their sewage system can't handle the.
Wait till they get a White Castle. You only rent White Castle.
I caught a part of the story
No, I
the
didn't.
other day, and I was like, "What
You
the
didn't
hell
even
is going
mention
on in the
either the
UK?"
phrase text stream event or the phrase 1162.2 in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not.
But in that January 30, 2025 report, you did evaluate the variance between the Lexus infotainment system on the one hand and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data on the other, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in that report, the January 30th report, you compared the call logs on Ms. Reed's Lexus infotainment system with the call logs on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone in order to evaluate whether there was a variance, correct?
Correct.
And do I have it correct in your report that it's the position that the timestamp call log data, specifically the recorded calls between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, along with the infotainment power event logs, were analyzed for what you called clock skew by cross-referencing them against other independent data sources, right?
No, so that would have been comparing the timestamps from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone with the timestamps from the defendant's Lexus.
Right.
Correct. Yes.
Yes. Right. To Ms. Reed's Lexus.
Correct.
And a forensic comparison of these data sets was aimed to identify timestamp discrepancies, correct?
Correct.
To identify potential clock skew, correct?
Correct.
And potential clock drift that could impact event reconstruction, correct?
Correct.
All this stated in your January 30th report, right?
Correct.
I hate when you can't remember how to spell a word. I haven't spelled skew in a while, so I'm like,
It's with a K.
something. I think it has. Look, I just spelled it. How am I going to spell it?
I've been told from Valhalla, everything is spelled exactly as it said. SKU.
Thank you.
V.
I
Skew.
thank you, everyone. I'm
Your
a
Honor, may I have
spelling
this
outlaw.
marked as the next exhibit in order for identification?
Unless you're talking about like the bar codes, the SKU codes on at a grocery
Yeah.
store, though, that's SKU.
Yeah. See, English is a trap.
Did a BBB for ID?
Even in a hot kitchen, he was less red.
May I present to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
This dude's more red than I
Mr.
am.
Burgess, I am presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit BBB for identification. I'd ask you to take a look at it, sir, and kind of pick your head up when you've had a fair opportunity to take a look at it.
An you pause a second? So just imagine how much Alessi had to go through and actually research and get, an understanding of, because this report was dropped on them. So he has had to learn and figure out skew, talk to other experts, I'm sure, and get a functional knowledge in this. So again, my crush on Alessi could not get bigger.
What's wrong with this woman?
I don't
Dude,
know.
what now?
Oh my God! What is?
How much lead paint did what?
She had Doink the Clown as a son, so probably a lot of.
Oh, well, bless their hearts.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
I do.
May I reapproach your eyes?
Yes.
What do you recognize that document to be, sir?
Oh, it's a
Sure. So this
spicy
is a
pizza
graph
casserole.
that I put together that is comparing timestamps, call timestamps from the infotainment module with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And is that Exhibit BB B for identification in your January 30, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
And did you create that chart that is depicted in Exhibit BBB for identification?
Yes, I did.
And is that a fair and accurate?
I think the declarer talked to him, and he said he slept like 2 or 4 hours a night. And as a guy who slept 4 hours last night, trust me, my brain doesn't work that well.
I got about 5 hours of sleep last night.
Information that you
5 and a
discussed
quarter, I think.
in page 33 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Let's go.
Yes, it
We're
is.
both
I
married.
offer
It's a
Exhibit BBB for
crush.
identification into evidence, Your Honor.
If we can introduce the whole report to put it in
Why don't I
context as
see
well.
you at
Sidebar, sidebar.
Brennan wants to introduce the whole report again. This man is no. The jury's.
Yeah, continue,
Let me
Your
tell
Honor.
you, if I were a
Yes.
juror and I
Your
got that
Honor, at this
report,
time, I offer Exhibit BBB into evidence.
Okay.
Exhibit 189.
Thank you.
That's funny. That's funny.
They represented to the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, I am representing to you what is now
They
Exhibit.
claim they have a timestamp when it disconnects from Bluetooth, but Bluetooth have a specific, not a specific, but have a
range.
potential range. So he could be in the house. I can be, if I forget to, I have an old car, so I just have a Bluetooth speaker on my Sun thingy thing. And if I forgot to turn it off, sometimes when I'm sitting here, even though I'm far away from the parking lot, I will, if I get a call, they will be talking in my car. So him disconnecting doesn't mean he stepped out of the car. That's not how a Bluetooth works, because the Bluetooth doesn't feel the car door. It feels when it doesn't have connection anymore.
At 189 in evidence. Ask you to once again take a look at it, and if you need further time, please take it, sir, and then pick up your head when you've had a fair opportunity to look at that document.
Okay.
Despite claiming the purpose in your January 30 report of, quote, identifying timestamp discrepancies, potential clock skew, and clock drift, you did not compare the time of the 3-point turn between the infotainment system in the Lexus SUV and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, did you?
Not at that time, no.
Not at that time.
Instead, you identified the potential variance by analyzing various calls on the infotainment system of the Lexus versus Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
This data in that exhibit captures a precise moment in time that is easily compared between the two devices, correct?
Correct, it does.
Mr. Wolk, Your Honor, may Mr. Wolk please publish this exhibit?
Okay.
how bad did he screw up on his math?
He didn't screw up at all.
So
It's a
this
typo.
data, just to
was a mistake.
reestablish, captures a precise moment in time that's easily compared between the
Error.
two devices, correct?
Correct.
Now, according to your own table, there are potential offsets of reading in the far right-hand column. 2 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 second, 8 seconds, 16 seconds, and 21 seconds, correct?
Correct.
And yet,
How does that happen?
you failed to apply this variance to the infotainment time on the Lexus associated with the text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct. May I explain?
I
No.
will proceed along. I'm sure if Mr. Brennan has questions and wants you to explain, he may choose to do that. This is simple arithmetic, is it not? It's either an addition or a subtraction, the offset, correct?
Correct.
And yet, in your initial report
Oh,
on
no.
January 30th, 2025, you did not take that final analytical step, did you?
No, because these clock variances do not apply to that time frame.
But you didn't take, you know what analytical step I'm talking about, correct?
No, I don't. I don't
All
believe so.
We'll come back to it I want to go focus on your opinion. What you did do, as I understand it, in your January 30th
Russian
report.
bot.
So,
This is what
in
17
your
years
opinion,
of mathematics gets you.
Keep that up for a moment, please, because I want to see if we need to show the contrast.
That's
With your
funny.
honor's permission, will we leave it up just a little bit longer?
Yes.
Thank you. In opinion number 5, and please feel free to look at your January 30th report,
Sure.
you indicated only this. The difference between the Lexus infotainment and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone ranged between 8 seconds and 16 to 21 seconds during the period between 5:21:36 a.m. and 5:30:31 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Do I have that correct?
Yes, between 5:21 and 5:30 a.m.
Yes. Now what I'd like to do is, and we can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Woke. Let's talk about what information you learned after you issued your January 30, 2025 report. Or at the time of that report, you received and reviewed a
Oh, and thank you, Mary Cassie, for the super chat. I appreciate your hard work. Well, I am always trying to copy Baker better.
Tired of all the absolute bologna concerning Shannon Burgess. For those who said there's no mathematics and business administration degrees offered at University of Alabama, Bingham, you're all just flat wrong. It's like everything else. Ignore facts and go with what works. Hey, Caffey Daffy, you ignored the fact that he didn't have a degree. It must be so hard being a friend of the MSP when they give you this to work with and you have to sit here and try to get it, the chestnuts out of the fire.
I've noticed they do this. They sidetrack you, right? Like if you're like, hey, she couldn't possibly have hit him with a car, they'll be like, oh, but the taillight, blah blah blah. They just redirect. It's chaff and redirect at its finest. It is a narcissistic tendency to manipulate
It's
people.
the condescending, already you are a peon without the ability to notice facts or anything. They already put you on this, well, you're mentally subnormal. That's why, you can't understand. So they don't come into it with honesty or anything. It's just ridiculous, especially with the facts they have.
Right?
They have terrible facts.
And again,
part
if she was testimony wasn't that he that degree doesn't exist, it's that he lied about having a degree, Jen. That's the important part about that whole thing yesterday. It's not that Alabama does have that degree program, it's that he lied about having a degree.
Yeah, we're not shocked that Alabama has institutions of higher learning.
Well,
a little bit. You ever been there? Jesus
of a portion of your colleague's slide presentation and report at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
From a presentation by Mr. DeSogra. Yes.
Well,
correct.
I understand you want to add Mr. DeSogra. My question is,
Sustain.
okay, yes, Your Honor, thank you. I'm focusing on what would you like to call it? You call it a slide presentation you prefer, Dr. Welcher?
Sure, we can.
I want to use whatever parlance you're comfortable with.
Slide's fine, yeah.
Slide. So the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher that he submitted the same day you submitted your report on January 30, 2025. And in that, he analyzed the timing of the 11:62 to what he calls an infotainment event, you call a tech stream event, correct?
Well, could I see the slide we're talking about to clarify?
Absolutely.
Don't ask to see the slide, sir. Is it on the wrong day or did you math wrong?
And I'm also, may I approach, please?
Yes.
At your request, I want to give you
sure.
That.
Oh
You know,
my
if we
God,
have
he's the
188,
female
we'll
Sarah
just give them
Boone, or
actual
the male
mark
Sarah
exhibit.
Boone.
You know what we'll do? We'll use the slide. If you need an exhibit, we'll pull the exhibit and move it along. Please publish, Mr. Woke.
yeah, this is like watching that boa constrictor, just looking at the mouse.
No, it's
Now,
like my
if we could
cats
enlarge the
with the
text,
wounded mouse. Like,
we don't
play,
need the
run.
map, so make that as large as you can, please, Mr. Woke, in the relevant portions. All righty. You're aware that according to Dr. Welcher's analysis, as depicted in this slide in evidence, the 1162-2 what he calls an infotainment trigger that you call a text stream event, right?
Correct.
The 1162-2 text stream event occurred at 12:31:38 a.m. on January 29, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And that's when it began, right?
That's when the trigger threshold was met. Yes.
That's when the trigger threshold was met.
correct.
You we can take that down now, Mr. Woke. You also testified yesterday that you reviewed Mr. Whiffen, Mr. Ian Whiffen's January report, which established a timeline of the last interactive events on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, could we please publish Exhibit 39, which is in evidence?
Okay.
And we could go to slide 82 and have 83 available if we can enlarge the applicable sections. And what I'm going to ask you, Mr. Burgess, is to see whether these events are consistent with your memory of what the applicable events are. Do you see the column biometric device unlock with Face ID event at 12:32:04 a.m.?
Yes.
Now that's after the 12:31:38 a.m. 11:62:2 text stream event that's in Mr. Welcher's slide, correct, that we just saw?
Correct. The unadjusted Lexus clock. Yes. Timestamp. Yes.
So, but I'm going to repeat the question. The 12:32:04 a.m. device unlock with Face ID event is after the 12:31:38 and 12:31:43 11:62:2 text stream event that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you see the lock event which occurred at 12:32:09?
Yes, I do.
That is also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event, correct?
Yes, the unadjusted time.
That 12:32:09 a.m. lock event is after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 range that is stated in Dr. Welcher's report, correct?
Correct. From the Lexus clock.
So if we could go back, and we're going to toggle back with Your Honor's permission between these two slides for the next couple of questions. If we can go back to and enlarge Dr. Welcher's slide. That 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 time period is what your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, chose and his slide analysis as the last user interaction
Good way to beat him with his lack of education.
according to him on John O'Keefe's phone, correct? That's what he chose.
Yes, the 12:32:09. Yes.
Now, if we could go back to and zero in, please. Now, but even Mr. Whiffen's report establishes additional activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the event chosen by Dr. Welcher, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a, quote, lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event identified by Dr. Welcher at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct. Using the unadjusted clock.
Does Dr. Welcher at all use the words unadjusted clock in his slide, sir?
No. He does
Okay. What I'd like to do is ask you a question about whether, in fact, Mr. Whiffen identifies a lock event that occurred 26 seconds after the 11:62:2 text stream event at 12:31:38 to 12:43, as stated in your colleague's report, Dr. Welcher, the slide presentation. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether a lock event on an iPhone requires human interaction?
Typically, yes, it would.
Is it just typically, or does it?
Well, it does. And in this case specifically, I believe it was via the lock button.
Correct. But this specific instance, the lock, it
Why are you an idiot? Don't say typically it would. It would. It's a lock thing that.
it requires somebody, a human being, to actually press a button on the side, correct?
Unless it's auto locking, yes, it requires a button press. Yes.
Do you have any reason to believe that the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe had an auto locking function on it, sir?
No, as I said, he used the lock button.
Right. If we can enlarge that, do you see the end of health event 36 steps that we talked yesterday that was covering a distance of over 84 feet? You see that occurring at 12:32:16 a.m.?
I don't believe we talked about that yesterday, but yes, I do see
Do you
that.
see it?
I do, yes.
And that's also after the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43 text stream event identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Now, finally, do you see the entry pocket state detected at 12:33:14 a.m.? You see that, sir?
Objection.
Sustained.
Objection. It says so.
Do you know what a pocket state is, sir?
I do know what a pocket state is.
Do you know when the pocket states occurred on the iPhone of John O'Keefe pursuant to your analysis of his phone?
I do not.
You didn't analyze pocket state detections on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
No, I did not personally.
Why?
Do you believe pocket state detected data? Well, let me just go back and confirm. So you didn't analyze with any source pocket state detection information with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's go back and summarize for each of the ones you did look at and analyze that you just testified. Every single one of those that we just discussed, those user interaction events, occurred after Dr. Welcher claims a collision occurred as represented in a text stream event of 11:62:2 at 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you under
On Tuesdays, we do arms because if you want to listen to Pink Floyd, no one likes that. While a thick mommy tongue punches your hemorrhoid, your arms better be effing swole.
understand?
Yes, I just said
Let's
that.
we can go back, please, to Dr. Welcher's slide. Highlight the text again, please.
Thank
Mr.
you,
Wolf.
Brendan.
Bev, don't let Welcher come in. At this point, it's overkill.
Yeah,
you
let's do a what year
understand
before he gets in
that
there.
Dr. Welcher is correlating the infotainment trigger 11:62:2 with an alleged collision. Do you understand that?
Objection.
Let's come to sidebar, please.
Let's come to sidebar. And Lefty says, hey, I'm the broken baker. My eggplant emoji brings all the girls to my yard, but my age and lack of youthful vigor sends them packing. Thank you,
That's
Lefty.
me.
Asshole. And we're caught up.
At what point does Bev call a mercy? You know,
Yeah, just look at him and say, can we just, if I give you the rest of the day off, can you stop? And I'll just tell the jury to disregard everything this guy said. And please don't laugh while he leaves the stand.
I'm waiting for Bev to call a half day so we can voir dire Mr. Welcher or Dr. Welcher, because I doubt she wants another day like this.
Hey, they're going to charge Alessi with homicide after this because he's killing this guy.
Yeah. Well, it's Massachusetts, so they probably will.
I mean, honest to goodness, how can you say something is 24 hours off but still correct to the second? I want to live in a world where I am that divorced from reality and responsibility for once.
Unless he missed a little there because he got a little confused too. And I think it had partly to do with the January 30th, 2025 report. I think he got the date a little mixed up. Unless he should have pounced all over the fact that those dates were just wrong. You didn't misspeak yesterday. You didn't say the wrong date. You put the wrong date in your presentation. Dumb.
And I thought Bev was going to give him a wide leeway so he could have a very vigorous and fulsome, interrogation of the witness.
Well, as Brandon says, she wanted it. She's getting it. And actually, again, she has allowed way more than I thought she would, because our good friend, Mr. Brennan, has been objecting a lot. I wasn't noticing his face every time it panned over there. There was something else that was, yeah.
It was his balls.
Sir, you're 10 minutes late to work. No, I'm a day and 10 minutes 10 minutes late, actually. I'm glad you pay you Wednesday for a hamburger today. Well, I'm having a pasta tonight, so.
I think I'm actually having burgers tonight.
I think I want a burger now that you said. Yesterday, I went out and had my husband get Star Mix Haribo, or however Baker says it.
Haribo.
And I would just like to say they need to make a bag just full of the eggs. Not
See? And Jamie was, eggs? I never heard about a thing called eggs.
Well, they just added it to the America blend, and you get like 2 eggs in a bag. It's kind of a tease.
Right.
It's a gummy tease, if you will.
Need a full bag of those.
Yes.
Hank Brennan asked him to come up with a way to move the timeline, but forgot this guy isn't smart enough. I really hope he didn't, but I think you're correct that they had a conversation where Hank Brennan said something about, are you 100% sure that the timeline doesn't put her there 5 seconds later or something? And he said, yeah, I'm pretty sure, because every piece of evidence we have used, are you 100% sure? Oh, I'll look into it, Mr. Brennan. I think that's kind of how that interaction went on. Thank you, Stacy.
He was like, we just read Whiffin's report and we are screwed. I need you to fix this. And the part that bothers me is the variance shown on that graph was 1 to 8 seconds, not 21 to 28. So where is he getting the 21 to 28 when the variance shown wasn't the number? Like, that's not even, if you add it all up and average it, it's not.
Because the timeline didn't add up, so they had to go and find 20 more seconds. Come on now.
It was more egregious than that even. It was 1 second off, 2 seconds off, 1 second off, 2 second, 2 second, 8, 21 to 29. Like, what the hell are you talking about, man? How does that happen? You just lose 30 seconds all of a sudden?
We could go now, Mr. Woke, back to the
Sadly, we don't have his notes
from Dr. Welcher's slide presentation. And if you could re-enlarge the applicable section that we've had up before. Thanks for your patience, Mr. Burgess. You have reviewed this slide and this specific data in this slide previously, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to, Mr. Wolk, just go back to the slide so we're clear on what this is. So this slide here is what you're speaking about, right?
Correct.
And you've reviewed this slide prior to your testimony in this court, correct?
Correct.
And you considered this slide as part of your analyses that you have performed and testified about, correct?
Yes, I have.
So Now, Mr. Burgess, I'd like to ask you a question. Every single one of the user interaction events that we talked about, steps, lock, etc., occurred after Dr. Welcher's, what he calls an infotainment event, which you call a tech stream event, in the range of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
I would agree that yes.
So the answer is yes?
With the caveat.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you hadn't finished.
Sure.
Please finish your answer.
Yes, with the caveat that user interaction only applies to the device lock, steps, and the pocket state are not duplicative of user interaction per se.
Let's just assume that is the case. Let's then just focus on what you consider to be a user interaction, which is device lock, correct?
Correct.
And the device lock event that you agree is a user interaction. We could go back to that just so we have clarity. The lock event that you agree is a user interaction occurred at 12:32:09, according to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
In that 12:32:09 time period, we could go back to Dr. Welcher, it is after the end of the tech stream event dubbed as 11:62:2, correct?
Correct. According
And that's
sorry.
26 seconds. I didn't finish my question. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
So go ahead, finish your question. Don't answer, Mr. Burgess, until the complete question.
In that event lock, even according to Dr. Welcher's own words in his own slide, occurs 20 seconds after the end of the tech stream event 11:62:2, correct?
Of the unadjusted clock, yes.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, do you want the lights on, Mr. Leslie?
He's like, no, I'm going to just break your soul now. I'm tired of dealing with you.
And so to repeat to alter it, hopefully make it a little clearer. So according to Dr. Welcher, the licensed engineers, your colleague at Aperture, his slide that he has here, the last O'Keefe cell phone event, the lock, occurred within approximately 26 seconds after the end of the tech stream event dubbed 11:62:2. That's what's stated there, correct?
Correct. According to the unadjusted clock.
You keep adding according to the unadjusted clock, but do the words according to the unadjusted clock appear anywhere in that slide, sir?
No, they do not.
So you invented the
We can
unadjusted
take
clock.
that down and with the court's permission, turn the lights back on, please. Yesterday, you stated that you reviewed a presentation by another expert, Mr. DeSogra, who reviewed the findings of your January 30th report. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes, I do.
In fact, in your May 8, 2025 report, your second report, your first being the January 30th report, you only cite 2 new sources of data that you reviewed before making your conclusions, correct?
Correct.
We have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Come on, make it a little more snappy. These, can I have a moment?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Kind of takes me out of it.
I don't know. I kind of like the anticipation. Oh,
I
he
just
was
don't.
standing up so straight
I
yesterday,
like it
and
when
now
it flows. He flowed way better yesterday.
he is. If I believed in bodyology, he's turtling. Oh, for God's sake!
Turtling, isn't that when the turtle pokes its head out and you have to run? Hey, Lulu, welcome
Good morning.
all the way from Boston. Yeah, we need to get there faster. He was yesterday. He had the flow going constantly, and no, ladies, that's not the flow we're talking about. But you need it to go smoothly, because the jury, when you say, "Can I have a minute? Can we have a sidebar? Can I have a minute?" They will sit there and think, "Oh, he's not that prepared. Oh, the Clara is there today." And again, I know he's going to get to the end of the line no matter what, but I just like it when it flows, because then it's like being told a story. If you're told a story, potentially a story about this little part of a country where some idiots live inside the earth and smoke pipe weed, and then a weirdo with a gray suit comes along and says, "Hey, you want to go on a trip?" And this guy said, "Oh, let me go check my calendar." And then he goes fishing. You're thinking, where's the story going? It's going nowhere, because it's a story about people walking. It's a really bad
Baker,
story.
You
But
bring it up all the time. I don't ever. Your hate is just, you are ashamed of your Lord of the Rings love. This is projection. You secretly watch it every year.
I can 100% claim that I don't watch. It's too long. It's too boring. It's a beautiful movie, but it's way too long.
Baker, I think you're forgetting the well, for a young Mo, the appeal of having Orlando Bloom and Viggo Mortensen in the same movie. Although Viggo was never shirtless for, I guess, artistic reasons, but I would have thought that a couple scenes would have been okay.
Well, you can watch what's it called? The one where he plays a Russian mobster in London. He's Sans Pantalones. I think
Well,
you even
hells
see his
yes, that's
equipment.
on date night for Mo and Mr. Mo. Because he gets to watch action and I get to watch action.
I have no love for Lord of the Rings. Eastern Promises, yeah, good movie. Good movie. But the O'Keefes know it isn't going well. At this point, the O'Keefes should be sitting there thinking, we spent 2 years of our life, 3 years of our life hating this woman, believing everything coming out of the mouth of our special lady. Chen! And all we got was a guy who got the date wrong, who lied about his degree. This is the new pivotal witness. This is the guy who's going to set up the tech stream crash expert, Dr. Welcher. And
Well, I
he
have
had
a
to
question
amend
about
his record so it's not the same as Dr. Welcher's. It's, yeah.
So when Alessi keeps bringing up, your engineer colleague, is he trying to say that the engineer didn't accept any of his crap data? He went with his own, or is he trying to say that they were both
No,
wrong and they just guessed?
they had their data aligned, and then he changed it because it didn't align with what the Commonwealth would
May I proceed, Your Honor, and approach the
postulate
witness?
in the
Yes.
case.
Thank you.
That's the big problem.
Excuse me, Mr. Bridges.
Sure.
I'm going to present to you 2 documents, each of which is marked for identification. The first
Probably
is
in 1 or 2 weeks.
Exhibit CCC for identification. That is one slide out of what is marked as Exhibit DDD for identification. And exhibit CCC is one page out of exhibit BDD for identification. And I'd ask you, sir, to take a look at those documents and reference either one.
Thank you, John Gary. He didn't lie. His qualifications just didn't match his unadjusted resume. Yeah. His timeline didn't add up. He believed he had gotten his master's in 2015. That was a clock shift.
He's on the Lord of the Rings journey to get his degree. It'll take 400
And
years.
please let me know, sir, when you've had a fair opportunity to review those documents so I can proceed with questions about them.
Sure.
I like he has the same
Sir,
suit
can
on,
you
but he
please
changed his shirt.
read the exhibit designation on the entire slide presentation?
On DDD.
Pardon me?
On exhibit DDD.
And that's triple D as in David?
Correct.
So in
I don't know because, well, Karen Rintala wasn't hung 3 times. She was actually convicted once. But Karen Rintala had 4 trials. In Tuesday, Baker does arms because if you want to take a checkout for sushi before you can, your arms better be effing swole. Thank you, Brandon, I think.
exhibit DDD, is that the March 5, 2005 PowerPoint presentation of Mr. DeSogra that you spoke about extensively yesterday?
Yes, it is.
And sir, before you came to court yesterday, did you review and consider the exhibit DDD for identification?
Yes, I did.
And as a matter of fact, you spent considerable time with regard to exhibit DDD before you came to court yesterday.
Correct.
And in addition, isn't it the case that your testimony yesterday is that exhibit DDD, the March 5, 2025 slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, was part of the reason why you created your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer exhibit DDD, exhibit CCC.
One does not simply avoid a
evidence,
time variance.
And do not offer exhibit DDD at this time.
Okay, the witness just spoke of DDD, so why don't you have him just say what CCC is before we put it in?
I will do so, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Burgess, is exhibit CCC a slide page out of exhibit DDD?
Yes, it is.
I never tried DDD. Double D's is the biggest, I think.
Okay, now it'll.
I got there when I was.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. I now offer exhibit CCC for identification into evidence.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your mic is stroking out.
And I also hand back to Madam Court Reporter exhibit DDD for identification.
Exhibit 190.
And sir, do you have before you read the 3 letters, please, just so we're on the same page in that exhibit?
Jim, we need that. The
That
other
the one that's in
Thank you.
the 1 page?
It's Morpheus time.
Exhibit 190.
And that's the entitled All Possible Combinations?
Yes, it is.
So we'll refer to that as exhibit 190, okay?
Okay.
Have you had a fair opportunity to refresh yourself on that 1-page chart?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I please publish exhibit 190?
Yes.
And if we could enlarge it without, I think, Mr. Wolk, we can obscure for the moment the all positive on the right and come back to that as needed. Thank you. Now, Mr. DeSogra, who is an expert for the defense, took the data points you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis that I was referring to in previous slides, correct?
Correct. For a lot of data points that do not apply for the time of the accident.
I understand you may have a view as to whether they apply or not. I'm just trying to understand what you understood he did.
Again,
I'll repeat. Yes,
so
Your
we'll
Honor.
strike the comment part and just a
I'll
question,
repeat
please.
and just go to the question. So you understand that Mr. DeSogra took the data points that you evaluated in your January 30, 2025 report and simply performed the last step in your analysis, correct?
In my report, in addition to Dr. Welcher's.
Right, in addition to Dr.
Correct.
Now, what I want to do is just elucidate the columns and their meaning. So the column on the right equals the number of seconds, and it's the far right, the number of seconds between the end of the 11:62:2 text stream event that in the slide of Dr. Welcher is ending at 12:31:43 and the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's.
It's because they have a table-mounted mic, and he keeps rushing roughing his papers against them.
Phone that's occurred at 12:32:09, correct?
Correct.
And that's your understanding of that column as well.
Correct.
Now, even taking your colleague Dr. Welcher's assumption that the last user interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred at 12:32:09 a.m. on January 29, 2022, is Mr. DeSogra demonstrating in this chart that by using the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30 report, there are no circumstances where the trigger event of 11:62:2 occurs before the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
After.
Sustained. There's one part of your question that needs to
Okay.
be omitted.
How can you
In
say?
terms of this chart, do you agree that the methodology and application of it of Mr. DeSogra is that Mr. DeSogra took the last user interaction data point of Dr. Welcher in his slide of 12:32:09 and applied the clock variance that you calculated in your January 30th report? Do you agree that that's what Mr. DeSogra did?
No, I do not.
What do you believe Mr. DeSogra did here?
Well, so the math is correct. So when he's trying to adjust clock variances between the two devices, that math is correct, but he's applying incorrect adjustments.
I understand, but what I'm trying to get at is just what you understood Mr. DeSogra did in this chart.
Correct. I did understand, yes, what he was trying to do.
And so do you agree, based upon what Mr. DeSogra did as represented in this chart, there are no circumstances where the 11:62:2 text stream event occurs? Well, let me have you describe what you believe Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to comparing, based upon this chart, the 11:62:2 text stream event of Dr. Welcher with the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust the clock from the Lexus to the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock, but he does that inaccurately.
Well, I understand you have I understand your comment. My question, sir, is this.
Sure, Bill.
What do you understand Mr. DeSogra is doing with regard to this chart? Do you understand what he is doing in this chart?
Correct.
I'd just like you to state what it is you understand he is doing.
Sure. So he's trying to adjust timestamp.
Can you do a mic check?
Yeah, I did. Is it still going?
You are super low. Let me try it again.
How am I now?
You're way, way low.
Okay, I had it at adjust, but then I wanted to make sure that I had the right mic because
I put it on adjust again because normally that'll equal it out, but you are very low. You're like Valhalla when he leans back and sits in his chair.
I'll put the mic closer to my mouth.
It's still very low.
Can you say that one more time, Mo? Sorry, my bad.
How is it now?
There you go. That's better.
That's
Okay, I took it off adjust and just put me higher.
That's better.
You lift me up higher than a mountain.
Okay, I hate that Josh Groban for that song because as a Christian, that on repeat, and look, he does has a beautiful voice, but it pissed me off every time they would play it. Like I would lose the Jesus in me because I'm like, for F's sake, could we find another song? And it's like 8 hours long. It is an 8-minute song, I swear to goodness. Sorry.
And my daughter just sent me a video of Baby Baker almost crawling.
Oh,
Nice.
So,
so cute.
He's trying to adjust timestamps. In adjusting timestamps, do you agree that Mr. DeSogra makes the point with this chart that there are no circumstances where the 1162 trigger occurs before the lock event on John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Sustained.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Sure.
nothing.
Let me see if I can clarify
Drives
this,
people up
this,
faster.
this my question. Do you understand that what Mr. DeSogra is doing in this chart is he is showing numerically and arithmetically that there are no circumstances where the text stream event
Arithmetically is a word I'm gonna use a lot now.
1162.2 occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it in that one.
So yes, I understand he's trying to show that.
Right. Well, he did more than try. Isn't that what by his math, that he is demonstrating?
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, but it is inaccurate.
I understand. But that's, again, the question is that what he demonstrates using this chart?
Yes.
And what he demonstrates is that Mr. DeSogra demonstrates that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 trigger event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Yes, inaccurately.
So I'm asking what Mr. DeSogra demonstrates in this report, and isn't it correct that Mr. DeSogra, using this math, Mr. DeSogra demonstrates and concludes that there are no circumstances where the 1162.2 text stream event occurs after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Does that demonstrate that?
Yes, inaccurately.
Okay.
So let's.
I'm going to move on, Your Honor. I'm going to move on.
This
Bro,
guy
you
And
couldn't even
this
fill out your LinkedIn
methodology and
accurately.
approach
Who the hell
of
are you
Mr.
judging?
DeSogra is simply math that he's using, correct?
No, it's not simply math.
Well, let's go to the clock variance values in the middle column on that chart. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Those are, as of March 5 of the date of this, that this column was created, nothing in that middle column is new, is it? That data?
Yes, some of that data is new.
Well, the source data upon which it is created is not new, is it?
No, it is not.
All right. So the source data of that column, it's not new.
Correct.
And the middle column uses your data points from your January 30th report, correct?
No, not all of those are.
But it does use some of the data from your January 30 report, correct?
Yes, it does.
Is the reason that you did not take
He's fighting hard to try and save face, but he's not really, as you can see, he has inverted his tuft of hair and thought that maybe he forget he saw me yesterday, but he can't hide from the elacinator.
The elacinator. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, pull that crap with me. We are talking about if it was inaccurate as you're getting a college degree, or as inaccurate as you currently studying for 2 degrees, or inaccurate as you getting the date wrong.
take
Or the
that
bits
final
versus
analytical
bytes.
step that
On
we've
the
been
bits
talking
versus
about in
bytes.
your
And the new
January
data that
30th
wasn't there.
report, and this is a question, is the reason you failed to take that final analytical support, or excuse me, final analytic step we've been talking about in your January 30 report was because you knew if you did that if you calculated the actual time of the 1162-2 text stream event based upon your own methodological analysis of the clock skew, there would always be continued interaction on Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the text stream event.
No.
So you deny that?
Yes.
Prove it.
Did you keep your January 30, 2025 report purposefully vague by merely noting a clock skew without engaging in any further analysis, such as tethering that clock skew or otherwise connecting it to the text stream event in Dr. Welcher's slide presentation?
No, I did not.
Switch to another topic. Take that down. Thank you, Mr. Gold. After reviewing, and I'm going to identify 3 timelines. After reviewing the timelines, the timelines presented by Dr. Welcher, 1, Mr. DeSogra, 2, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, 3, all of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before that last user activity, the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone. You then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8, 2025, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No, so I issued the supplemental report based on that presentation that you just had up.
Well, before you issued that report, isn't it correct that you had reviewed the time data of Dr. Welcher in the slide that we've been reviewing?
Not before that time, no.
You had not looked at Dr. Welcher's slide with a text stream event 1162-2 and a time for that before issuing your May 8th report?
No, yes, before misheard you. Yes.
That's my question.
Yes.
So let me just ask it through a question.
Sure.
So it is correct that before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, that you had reviewed that slide of your colleague, Dr. Welcher, on 1162-2 that establishes the text stream event as 12:31:38 to 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed it before your May 8th report.
Yes.
You
yes.
also reviewed before your May 8th report the slide presentation of Mr. DeSogra, correct?
Yes, I did.
And before you issued your May 8th, 2025 report, you also had reviewed the January 2025 report of Mr. Whiffen, correct?
Correct.
Each one of and all of those 3 established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
I'm going to allow it if that's what, let's see what the answer is.
Using either unadjusted timestamps or inaccurately adjusted timestamps, yes.
Let me ask my question again, and if it's not clear, please let me know.
Sure.
So everyone's wrong, but
After reviewing what we've discussed, prepared by Dr. Welcher, Mr. DeSogra, and Ian Whiffen, each and all of which established that the 1162-2 text stream event occurred before the last user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, you then decided to issue a new report that would become dated May 8th, 2025. Is that statement I just made correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's take a look at your May 8th, 2025 report. you departed in your May 8th, 2000. Do you have that report?
I do, yes.
Do you need a moment to look at it, or are you ready to take
No,
questions?
go ahead.
Thank you. You departed from your analysis. Let's start it this way. In this May 8th, 2025 report, you departed from your analysis in your January 2025 report to reach a conclusion that would attempt to put the 1162.2 text stream event after human interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
No, I did not depart from my original report. I clarified.
Okay. So you didn't depart from it, but you, in your May 8th report, but your position is you clarified it.
Correct.
But isn't it correct that in your
I'll
January
have to look.
30, 2025 report, you did not address at all whether the 1162.2 text stream event occurred before or after the last user event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
But you did that in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
You don't call that a change, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
You call that a clarification.
I do.
That's pretty much a change.
Yeah, that's what change means.
In your January 2025 report, you compared call log entries between the infotainment system on the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone to determine a potential variance, correct?
Correct.
And call logs are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare.
Correct.
Now, in your May 8, 2025 report, you abandoned the call log analysis from your January 30th, 2025 report, correct?
No, I did not abandon it.
But you did depart from it, at least in some respects, correct?
I did not depart from it. I used another method.
Okay.
So when I
you
lied,
used another method.
when I lied and said I wasn't sleeping with another woman, it's because we weren't sleeping. We were doing it. So technically, I wasn't cheating on you because you asked me if I was sleeping with another woman, and we never slept.
You were using another method.
We were using another method, and again, it's. Don't fight it.
If you use two methods and you come up with
No,
different answers,
don't.
at least one of them is wrong. At least
Now
one
it's
of them is.
way better, Mo.
Okay, I turned on my computer and turned it off.
It always works.
That's as far as I go with technological stuff. And Mr. Mo is building shelves, so I didn't want to pull him off doing
I
stuff
think he would
that's
have liked
important.
that.
I just realized what I said. But yeah, I didn't want to interrupt him when I hadn't tried the old turn on, turn off.
I think you turned off and then on just to use a different method.
I used a different methodology. Don't talk to me. I am a college dropout graduate pursuing my collegeaciousness.
Correct.
In your May 8, 2025 report, you opined, as I
Hired by
understand
Aperture any
it,
minute
that the
now.
call log variance has been ignored because, in your words, this offset is measured approximately 5 hours after the time of the alleged collision and cannot be assumed to apply to other timeframes as stated in the initial report. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Now, please show the juror, in your January 30 report, where you ever made that statement.
How's long to honor live understand? I think even with the time clock displacement, it happened yesterday. This is
Yes, man is a corpse.
yeah, it's like in Willow where they can make the dead people talk. Thank you, Stacy.
Sir, if he's asking you the question, he knows the answer. It's not in there, doofus.
Well, if I look for 6 hours, maybe I'll get out of here.
Sure. So it's not worded exactly like that, but that would be in conclusion 5.
And conclusion number 5 is on page 37 of your January
Oh, and he already knows what page it's on.
30,
Of course he
2025 report, correct?
Correct.
And you concede at least as much that at least different words are used in paragraph 5 in your January 30th, 2025 report, correct? And your position is that it's the same statement as in your May 8th, 2025 report? Because that's my question.
That is
It's
correct.
paraphrased versus verbatim again.
In your May 8th, 2025 report, instead of applying the offsets from the call logs, which are discrete points in time that are fairly easy to compare, as you stated just moments ago, you decided to use, in your words, quote, approximate time of the 3-point turn as your anchor between the two devices. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
Isn't what you did and we just discussed a classic example of confirmation bias, which is to be avoided in science?
No, it is not.
So you believe that that is not confirmation bias?
No.
Choosing the 3-point turn as the independent data source is the only way you could ever get the text stream event to even possibly occur after the lock event on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That adjustment is the only adjustment that can be applied due to the data. Yes.
And that adjustment is the only thing that can be done to get the text stream event 1162.2 to occur after the lock on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
And that only one is the one that you chose, correct?
Correct.
And that's only because it's not a
I don't
pinpoint
know.
in time. It's an amorphous range that can only, in your words, be approximated, correct?
No, that is because it is the only time adjustment in that time range that can be applied.
So it's your view that that's the only one that can be applied, but it is even what you're using is, in your words, an approximate time, correct?
Correct.
Isn't the shortcoming, sir, in your analysis that you ignored the additional user activity on Mr. O'Keefe's device that occurred after the lock event?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, I can. Isn't the shortcoming in your analysis, sir, that your analysis ignores the additional user activity on John O'Keefe's device, his cell phone, that occurred after the lock event?
No.
Well, let's take a look at events that, you tell me if I'm correct.
It's not flowing as well today as it did yesterday because it's a lot of timestamps and going back and forth. I hope he will end it with a stream of storytelling.
He
Right now,
generally does.
we are in the mines of Moira, and the Balrog hasn't showed up.
You know an awful lot
the
about this story
text
for
stream
not
event
liking the
1162.
story, Baker.
So
I am.
do you-
I am
I know a
do
lot
you
about
recall our
Bevan's book,
discussion
and I don't like
yesterday
that
about
either.
the Apple Health data
Fair point.
event of
Touche.
36 steps covering a distance of over 84 feet? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that that occurred at 12:32:16?
Yes, I do.
And that's after the text stream event of
Cor-
Dr. Welcher that he put in his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you also recall a Doppler pocket state detection at 12:33:14? Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And that is almost an entire minute after the 1162.2 text stream event that is identified by your colleague, the licensed engineer, Dr. Welcher, in his slide presentation, correct?
Correct. And neither one of those are user interaction.
I understand but let's just take one of them.
Sure.
And that is the Apple Health data event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet at 12:32:16. Would you agree that those steps covering that distance is human activity at least? Would you agree that's human activity?
Yes.
Thank you. Let's take a look at opinion number 7 in your initial January 30th, 2025 report. And sir, tell me when you had a fair opportunity to locate that.
Okay.
Oh my God, he's Caillou all grown up. That's why I
You
don't like him.
concluded
Caillou was
to a
annoying.
reasonable degree of scientific certainty that, quote,
Caillou
the
is
infotainment
like a
module
French-based,
power-on
I think,
events were on
preschool
average
cartoon. He
recorded
was annoying and whiny.
3 seconds
Is that the
after the
hippopotamus looking
ignition
thing?
release or
No, he's
finger
like a
off,
little kid
correct?
that looks
Correct.
kind of like he had leukemia. He
That
had, like,
means
one
that
curly
your
hair
own
in
testing
front.
requires an offset of -3 to account for a delay in the power on of an infotainment system, correct?
Correct.
That increases the time between the TechStream event 1162.2 and the iPhone lock event by 3 seconds, correct?
Correct.
You testified about this same 3-second discrepancy yesterday during your direct examination in connection with your January 30, 2025 report, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not mention this offset of 3 seconds in your May 8th, 2025 report, did you?
No, I did not. Can I explain?
Nope.
Mr. Brennan may have questions for you with regard to that. So nowhere in your May 8, 2025 report did you include the 3-second offset that you discussed in your January 30, 2025 report, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, sir, nowhere in your May 8th report do you even discuss why you're not addressing that 3-second, do you?
I do not discuss it, but it is that offset is adjusted within the adjustment that we do with the 3-point turn.
I understand. My question is simply, there's no discussion in your May 8th, 2025 report how or why you're not discussing that 3-second offset, correct?
Correct.
New data from a 3-year-old case. Well, we did keep finding new videos from Sallyport, even though it all gets overwritten after 30 days. So time just works different in Canton. Yeah, and he did testify yesterday that everything was done correctly with the chip off, and there was no new data found in the chip off, not even on the SD card. But he then claims that he found new data, which is kind
That's a
of.
miracle.
I'm not saying Jesus lives in Canton, but he touched that SD card. And on Sundays, Baker reads gray books because if you want to find a random nerd and spray her with your cheese curds, your brain better be effing swole.
Gross.
Thank you, Brendan.
Fair
Cheese
point.
curds, gross.
Okay, but if you have them at Culver's when they fry them up, they are yum. I mean, with
I don't know
ranch
what it
dressing,
is,
of
but it
course.
sounds horrendous.
Yeah, fried cheese is delicious. You can't go wrong with
No,
breaded fried cheese.
I mean, it's like a hug from the cholesterol fairy. Okay, I haven't tried poutine. I don't understand gravy on French fries.
I've got a next section, Your Honor, if you would like me to move into it.
So why don't we keep going?
Okay.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Sir, a TechStream data event like 1162.2 does not, well, let me back up this way. You testified on direct that you're
Because
involved in
it's
accident
bad.
reconstruction. That's part of the work that you do, sir?
No, that is not part of the work that I do.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you at all
I doubt it.
understand whether there's an issue as to whether a collision actually occurred in this case? Do you understand if that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
Sir, do you have any understanding about what Dr. Welcher in his slide presentation was addressing in context with this case? Do you understand it?
Objection.
I'll allow a yes or no.
No, I do
doesn't
not.
understand
So you
anything.
have no idea what your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who's working on the same case, was addressing in his slide presentation?
Generally, yes, but I cannot speak to it.
What do you generally understand?
Objection.
Sustained.
What understanding do you have after
was a little
reading
vague.
Dr. Welcher's slide
A little
presentation?
broad.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it to.
Have you
Do you have any understanding? Can we approach Your Honor?
Sure.
let's just go on the morning break because this is. Have you ever seen a starfish poutine? I've never seen poutine. I don't know what it is.
It's French fries with gravy and sometimes fried cheese curds. It's a
Why would you
Canadian
put
thing.
gravy on French fries? That makes them
It's a
soggy.
Canadian thing. It's a Canadian thing. I don't know.
But
man.
Canadians also
Okay.
think they're partly French.
They swear by it.
Do you eat it with
They
a
say it's
fork
delicious.
or do you
I
eat it
believe
with
so,
your
yes.
fingers?
You
Okay.
can't
it could
eat it
go
with your
either
fingers
way.
when it's covered in gravy.
You
That's
could.
what I was
You get
when I go to Canada, I don't want to be a stupid American, so I want to know if I need a fork.
You can eat like nachos that are all covered in cheese and stuff with your fingers, right? I
Fair
think you can
point.
kind of pick at poutine. But
Okay.
like cheese fries, you eventually have to use a fork, right?
Yeah, and if you have boob gravity, this might be a bib situation. You pick up salsa from like, the Mexican restaurant and it always lands in a blop right about here.
I never had
And
chili
that's fair.
fries.
Chili fries are pretty good, actually. I'll give it that.
I think he meant to ask you if you had ever had starfish poutine.
Isn't that
No,
the
I
same
never
thing?
had poutine.
Isn't that what he said?
Yeah. You watch Vietnamese food, you know what poutine is. I can't remember that episode, but I saw him eat a lot of Belgian waffles. Was this
That
week or
dude-
last week?
That dude is
That dude is
amazing.
cool. I
Yeah.
love him so much. He's such a like. I just want to give him a hug and like squeeze his cheeks. He's so cute.
He wears like a medium shirt.
Well, he's
No,
not a
he
big
asked for
guy.
small. But
I've never
as
heard
he
him ask
says,
for a
they're
small.
his size is too small to make him look a little bit
Swolberg.
because on Tuesdays we eat fries. So you don't have to hang out with only guys. Because if you want to slam a mama, you better be effing swole.
True.
Belgian fries, are they the white one the ones that they call white cut or
Steak cut.
steakhouse fries? Yeah.
Yeah. I like tato wedges. Now those are good.
Ooh, those are good.
Yeah, like you go to a gas station that has like a
Yup.
fried chicken joint. You don't come out with some tato wedges. We're gonna be Mr. Mo came out and I'm like, tato wedges? He's like, what? I'm like, there's a roasters in there. Go get me some tato wedges.
If you find a gas station that'll sell you potato wedges, buy them. Always, always buy them.
Okay, I'll do you one better. My local gas station is not only the gas station, the Subway, and the fried chicken joint, it's also the post office. I live in the middle of nowhere. And you can buy bait.
That's
Live bait.
That's my kind of place.
There's always that old guy in the front that's been there. Like, he never leaves, but he's not even paid to be there. He's just sitting there. What you doing today? Buying some tato wedges? Them are some good tato wedges. You're right. Have a blessed day. Blessings
And that's
back to
the
you.
guy who can fix your car, do your taxes, and sew your clothes.
Oh, you mean Jimmy? Yeah, everybody
Yeah.
knows Jimmy.
Earl.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Big Jim.
We only have one gas station left with a store in it in my town. The rest is self-pump. But
Hellraising Angel, I am curious where you're located at in the world, because up north, gas station food is not something I would recommend. Down in the
No.
south, though, down here, gas station.
I
food is
have to
usually on
agree.
point.
That one no, you weren't. The gas. Do you know what gas station? No, you won't know that because you weren't there. After we
finish
went
your
to the
sentence,
black
right?
side, we went to a gas station nearby and got some food on the way home.
Probably
That
Weigel's.
was- Yeah, Weigel's. That was pretty good.
Yeah, yeah, Weigel's
yeah.
got some good food.
Yeah. And
Kind of
They
ridiculous.
have- yeah, I'm telling you, some of the gas stations. I mean, again, I wouldn't look too close at health inspections. Look, we are just glad that they're wearing shoes and
Southern
pants
Ontario.
and shirts. So, but they're good.
Southern Ontario. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's pretty far north. I can't vouch for your gas station food. selection.
Although I do want to try Tim Hortons.
Black site.
The
with a
black
T.
site. We don't talk about it on the internet.
No. That's
It's the black site.
that's by invitation only.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
If the gas station is Bucky's, then yes. I wasn't that impressed with the. I had can't remember what kind of sandwich I had at Bucky's. I like the Weigels.
Was
food
it
better.
brisket?
No,
Because apparently they have brisket at Bucky's. I've still never been to a
What?
Bucky's.
still
I
haven't
haven't
been
heard
there.
of it.
It's I don't. I think Weigels is doing great with their chocolate milk. I like that.
With their chocolate milk.
Yeah.
Oh, they've got they get the good milk at Weigel's. Everybody
Yeah.
gets the
Okay,
milk
wait.
at Weigel's.
What's the good milk? Is it like from a local farm or
Yeah, it's like
okay?
uh
Then I would go there.
shit, I can't remember. Volstorm, you still here? What's the milk at Weigel's? I can't remember what it's called.
The expert swears by it.
Yeah, everybody does.
I don't know if it's because it's treated differently or something, but we used to have milk from Jersey cows that hadn't been homogenized. That was so good. And you had to shake it because the milk fat would flow
Would
to the top
separate.
because it
Yeah.
it wasn't beaten to heck. Oh, that was good. That tastes really good. But hey, everything with fat in it tastes good.
Fair point. Yeah.
Everything we get at gas stations is either just taken out of a fridge or reheated, so it's just nothing. Those donuts they have at those places, it's just dry and tasteless.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Brian S.
Thanks for your
Casey's
patience,
does have
Mr.
amazing pizza.
I would
Period.
like to
Not
go
just
back to
breakfast,
the line of
period.
questioning I was starting,
I'll take a bite.
and that is, I would like to discuss with you, and I'll start with your conclusion. And I'm going to reference your May 8th, 2025 report, sir. If you could turn to the conclusion section of your report, which is on page 7. And I'm going to start with, and I may just end with, we'll see, conclusion number 1. Please take a fair opportunity to read that. Pick your head up when you have concluded that fair reading.
Okay.
Now, that paragraph 1 states, under conclusions, you say the following can be stated to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. 1, as noted in my initial report, the only call logs that can be used to compare and synchronize the clocks between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone are those occurring between 5:21 a.m. and 5:30 a.m., which occur approximately 5 hours after the collision. Do you see that, sir?
I do. Yes.
Now, what I'd like you to do is to go back in your report.
Same report.
Yes, sir, same report, May 8th. And I'd like you to turn to page 3.
Okay.
And if you could go to the 4th full paragraph that begins with 2 events near the time. And let me know, sir, when you're there. And if you could read that paragraph, pick your head up after you've had a fair opportunity to read it.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, you state 2 events near the time of the collision were recorded by the Lexus system as identified by Dr. Welcher and referenced by Mr. DeSogra. The first event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-1, is associated with a 3-point turn on Cedar Crest Road. The second event, labeled TechStream Event 1162-2, is associated with a reverse maneuver on Fairview Road. These events will be referenced below for clock synchronization analysis. The timestamps associated with these two events are based on a combination of the Lexus infotainment power on event and text stream time count. Did I read that correctly, sir?
Yes, you did.
So in the same paragraph, am I correct that you're discussing a couple of text stream events, 1162.1 and 1162.2?
Yes.
And you are talking about that text stream event in the same paragraph as you're talking about an alleged collision, correct?
Correct.
And in your paragraph of your conclusion that we were referencing, conclusion 1, is this paragraph part of the basis for that conclusion 1? Is this sort of like some predicate analysis for conclusion number 1?
No, it is not.
So it has your view, it has no relationship whatsoever to conclusion 1.
No, correct.
So let's go to your discussion of a collision and a text stream event. Let's go back to paragraph 3. You mentioned the word collision in paragraph 3, correct?
I do not.
I'm sorry, I just had paragraph 3. I meant page 3, sir. Page 3.
Yes, page 3. Yes.
Page 3, that paragraph we were just looking at, paragraph 4.
Yes, sorry. Yes, I do say
You
collision.
see the word collision.
Yes.
And again, that term is used in the same paragraph as you're identifying text stream event 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
Where did you get the basis to use the word collision at that part of your report?
That would have been from crash reports.
And whose crash reports?
The Massachusetts State Police.
So you used Massachusetts State Police reports to discuss allegations of a crash, collision.
Yes.
Do you state anywhere in your May 8th report that you used those reports at all? Do you list it in your references?
No, not in this report. No.
And as a matter of fact, this is the first time, right this previous moment, that you are mentioning those reports at all, correct?
No, those were mentioned in my initial report.
But I'm talking about your May 8th report.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
Okay. Your statements, and I want to clarify this because this is the ultimate topic I want to go to.
Oh, ultimate.
Ooh.
It is not your conclusion that every text stream data event means that there is a collision. Do you, sir?
No, that is not my conclusion.
So isn't it correct that you can have text stream events and they're not collisions?
Yes, you can.
And isn't it a fact that a text stream event, sometimes called a trigger event, is not like an airbag type deploying, correct? They're just, and we're going to get to this later, it's just something that happens with a Lexus vehicle that can cause the vehicle to register a text stream event, correct?
Correct.
And some people refer to text stream event as a trigger, correct?
Correct.
But there's many things that can happen with a vehicle that can cause a trigger, correct?
Correct.
We will come back to that. So you would agree, again, that a text stream trigger event does not mean that there was a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't mean that airbags were deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean that there was a vehicle impact, correct?
By itself, no.
By itself, it doesn't mean, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real time data from applications databases and not devices and transporting that data for immediate processing and storage or for real-time analysis and analytics reporting, correct?
I don't think I understand your question. If you could rephrase.
Sure. A text stream event merely refers to Lexis's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases. Is that correct?
I would not call it applications and databases, no.
What would you call it?
So from various sensors or other modules on the vehicle.
Okay, so
Sure.
it's Lexis's practice of capturing real-time data from various sensors and modules on the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Why don't we stop here, Mr. Lessie?
Yes.
Okay. Folks, we'll take our morning recess, so it's 20 minutes.
All rise, please.
So, what did he? So now he just said, yeah, that was I read an event, and he can testify that meant she hit him at that point. So he's just saying, he's just there to tell you there were events happening and the clock was off. And then Dr. Welcher is going to be the guy who's going to come in and say, well, you can see this and this event that this guy told you about, which means she hit him. So all he did was adjust the clock
Yeah.
and write a new report. No, we had a 20-minute sidebar.
Yeah, it's just he's not using. Most scientists can tell you, yes, I use this variant. It would be only applicable to this particular point in time. You can't extrapolate that it's going to continue on in that fashion because you had such variance in that little chart he showed. It was 1, 2, 2, and then there was an 8 there. So you can't take that particular time drift and apply it to another part of the timeline. Or am I wrong? I'm not a mathologist, but
Well, he did a new one, and then all of a sudden, instead of 8 seconds, it was 21 to 29, which is a difference in seconds of 38%. If anyone is giving you a specific number that has a built-in inaccuracy of 38%, would you buy that product? If you buy a new washing machine and they say, well, it works, except 38% of the time it could not work. Or would you buy something that is 99% sure it works? It's 38% in scientific speak is the difference about hitting the moon or flying off to space forever.
Yeah, again, there is no approximate, preciseness. Those ideas are completely antithetical and it doesn't work and none of this works. And why are we having to waste our lives with a migraine starting right about here because of stupid?
And again, what was the triggering event? We just know there was a triggering event. Dr. Welcher will come in and say, if he uses the same as Trooper Paul, he will say it's a 6-degree turn on the, I believe it's 6 degrees. I believe it was 3 degrees to the left and then 3 degrees, or maybe it was 6. I can't remember. That amount of
and
movement.
The pedal.
Yeah, and the pedal at 75%. But then even with the pedal at the same position, it had a decrease in half a mile per hour. It's been a year. I can't remember everything in detail. But again, if you are moving the steering wheel in your car, let's just make it bigger and say it was from 6 to 6. That's 12%. That most likely wouldn't even turn your tires. It is confirmation bias. You see, the wheel does this.
Okay, I do have a question. If the telefotainment, the infotainment system is almost 30 seconds off, wouldn't that mean that you would have crappy, when you're trying to link your phone to the car? I mean, it just doesn't seem like there would be that great a variance, because if you're trying to upload things from your phone or things like that, you would not settle for 27 seconds waiting for your, page to load up.
No, and again, if it had been at 26, 27, 26, 27, 26, 27, so it's just it's a constant, but a range from 21 to 29, that's a lot. And it should be constant. It shouldn't be kind of like we saw the 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. I could buy that one. But then why all of a sudden it's 8? Is it because they're just making up things? And again, they're using the GPS at the 3-point turn to kind of zero in the clock. But how can you use the GPS to zero in the clock with the Lexus? I still don't understand how you can say, well, here's because a 3-point turn is a movement. I don't know how you do 3-point turns in America, but you'll move forward, you'll move back, and you'll move forward. So you'll have to, is it when she shifts the gear that they can see it? Which I don't think the GPS would pick up, oh, now we're stopped for half a second to shift into drive, and then we move forward. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I'm sorry.
It doesn't seem to be logical. Like none of it made any sense, right? He didn't really give us.
Brandon has the answer.
Always is, Brandon. Always is.
Yeah, but it's the ultimate trust me, bro. I have degrees, so trust me.
Yeah.
Oh, well, my degrees, well, that was a misinterpretation of, my desire to get a degree versus my having a degree.
Well, he probably won't be used as an expert in any other trials because he probably will have a meeting with HR later today.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to leave his cactus in his office. He's going to have a little box to take it home.
Yeah. She did a K-turn coming out of John O'Keefe's garage. Yeah, and again, how can you zero in and say, this is exactly when the Lexus and the phone, boom, this time we can do an extrapolation from exactly this time. I just don't get it because the GPS is inaccurate. With the what was it? 15
the
feet,
radius,
5
the
feet.
circle, the different amounts of accuracy. So I think the lowest they got it was 5 meters.
Yeah, something like that.
And then they used the average of 10 meters, but Alessi was really good at making him explain that was almost 80 feet, right?
I believe so, yes.
Holy crap, I got something right.
I think
Everyone
so.
mark this on your calendar.
I don't understand feet.
No, I'm taking it. I'm Burgessing my way through this. It happened. Mo with 1 O,
Yes.
it happened.
We are on our morning break because it's 2
11:10
hours till
a.m.
lunch. Where and when was the 3-point turn? They pass Fairview and go up the road. Then they do a 3-point turn, goes back, drives up there. But again, remember Ryan Nagel said he arrived outside of Fairview at 12:30. They have them doing the 3-point turn at 12:23. So the old time from the first case, 12:24, is when she arrives. But they changed it in this trial to have Ryan Nagel say, well, we arrived around 12:30. Again, to try and shift the timeline.
Well, we
And
know that Nagel sent a text when he got there to the sister. So we have the time that Nagel showed up.
Yeah, but they never got into that one. My understanding is that the Lexus start counting at 0 on start. So if you find an event on the Lexus and another device that uses UTC, then you can map the 0-based timestamp to UTC time. Yeah, but how can you say this event, this shift into reverse when you do the 3-point turn? How can you absolutely match that to the Waze app that you then can extrapolate back to the iPhone clock and then say this is consistent with UTC time.
Like, question. So the state is going to argue that those steps were not steps, and that's when John flew
He was
backwards.
dead at that time, yes.
Okay. At what point did he turn off? How did he turn off his phone? Why are we still here? He turned off his phone after he was dead. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to be crass, but the man was, apparently given like 10 seconds, consciousness. And the first thing he does is turn off his phone.
No, he didn't turn off his phone.
Or locked it.
He did this. Oh. He hit the off switch on the side.
Ryan Nagel texted Julie here at 12:23.
At 12:23.
Mm-hmm.
But he waved them in front of him after the 3-point turn that they have zeroed in was at 12:23:32. I think it was.
Somebody's clearly lying.
Yeah, some
Ryan
texting,
Nagel's
but,
phone or this guy.
Yeah, and again, Tony Russell says he used the 3-point turn to find which zero-based time matched some UTC time. That's his explanation. You can't. It's something he invented and wrote a paper about, apparently. Yeah, it's probably not peer-reviewed, that report. And that's probably why he had to amend his report when the defense expert took one look at it and said,
Hey, the Guam Society of Scientology is a real thing, and he was published and peer-reviewed.
I think it's probably an island that's smaller than Guam, where he is, yeah.
Are the Falcons
Is Guam still there? I thought that thing was supposed to flip over.
Tip over. I know, didn't we build a new base and we all tipped over?
So the phone data is great until it disagrees with the Commonwealth. Nonya, you have finally reached the point the rest of us has been for the last year. Everything makes sense if it fits the Commonwealth. If it doesn't, it's a lie. Is Johnny Somali trial over? I don't know. You have to go to the expert to watch his coverage of more TMC-related cases. No, he testified yesterday that he never ever published anything that has anything to do with this. So we already know he doesn't know anything about it. He never ever did any studies that could put him in a position. And I'm just thinking, this guy's here to bring the timeline. The timeline is the building blocks that Dr. Welcher now has to come in and put in. This is when she hits John O'Keefe, because as you can see, the two timelines line up and he stops moving. The only problem is, and they haven't even mentioned this yet, and the Commonwealth better have a really great explanation, because I saw someone put up the timeline. They made a homemade timeline. But we have...
Well, that's the way this all went down, right? Is Welcher came in and had the narrative, right? He's like, this is what happened. This is when she struck him with the vehicle, blah, 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 blah. But it didn't make any sense. So they had to bring in Shannon, to make up a way for it to make sense. And he failed miserably.
Valhalla, will you allow Manon as a nickname?
I might allow that.
A lot of people have been doing that.
I might allow that. That might be good. Manon?
Yes.
That might be good. That's good.
The problem is Shannon will have to come in and defend this one. This is the timeline from 12 to 12, from 12 to 1. 12:30 is where she has to leave, because we know she connects to his Wi-Fi at 12:36. But they want to put in 12:32 as the time it happened. That's why they shifted from 12:24 arrival time to around 12:30, because then it could potentially have happened right after Ryan Nagel. It couldn't, though, because Ryan Nagel, if he arrived 12:30 and he was there around 5 minutes, he couldn't have hit John O'Keefe. But the big problem is we have one data set that is 100% sure. That's the 12:36 connection to John O'Keefe's Wi-Fi. We know, Valhalla looked it up, it says 6 to 7 minutes on Google. She's never been there before, but let's be gentle to them. So a 6-minute drive. She must have left Fairview at 12:30. How can they come in and explain 12:32 as the point of impact? Because she would then have to travel a 7-minute, 6-minute traveling in 4 minutes, which should be possible if she was driving like a bat out of hell. But there's just no, that would also leave triggering events showing that her throttle would be at 100%. The problem is their timeline doesn't line up with the facts we were provided in the first case. So how, and the Commonwealth need to get ahead of it, kind of like the defense needs to get ahead of attacking Arca on the billing. They just need to say, so we hired you after the first trial to do some more studying, and we have paid you since then. Yes.
Yeah.
But we have a problem. We have one data point that we don't need a phone. We don't need Alexis. We don't need anything. We know she connects to John O'Keefe's home network at 12:36 on maximum range on an outdoor router. It's 300 feet. That's what, half a minute driving or something like that at the best of it. So even if you took that half a minute off, you are still missing 1.5 minutes from the latest departure point she could have had from Fairview 34. And that's the big old problem that I can't see how they are going to chew those 6 seconds or 6 minutes down to 4 minutes.
The problem is that I do think that while Alessi is breaking this down in an easier to understand thing, this is such data number dense things that it is going to be very hard to digest. I hope someone's taking really good notes, because I do feel like it's going to end up like, how many seconds did he say? I don't know. Do you want to read this 400-page report? Not really. No.
No, outdoor routers are set to 300 feet at maximum. I looked it up when someone said. But indoor routers will normally reach a maximum range of 60 feet, especially, considering it has to be perfect conditions. And if it's rebar in his in the walls in his house, if there's any metal, it'll distort the range. If it's snowing outside, it'll lessen the range, because Wi-Fi is pretty strong, but not a long-reaching signal. So it's not like when she left Fairview, she could jump on the Wi-Fi. It can't reach across town. Just open your Wi-Fi right now and see how many open networks you can find, and I'll bet you most of them will be within a very short distance of you. It's not like you're going to find my Wi-Fi network anywhere on your phone.
There's definitely only my Wi-Fi network. There's nobody else close enough for me to pick up.
Yeah. Well, then you have some special grade router, because I looked up on the interwebs, and I trust everything on the internet.
As you should.
Yeah. Like yesterday when Jamie said that you need fish to jizz on your face to stay young.
See, and I thought we were going to let that one die.
Hi, Betsy.
Wrong. Hi, Betsy. Who was the first woman who thought, I'm going to ejaculate a fish and, it made me look younger?
I
don't know, but I bet she was fun at parties.
Fair point. Fair point.
But again, it's also dependent on what's in your surroundings. And is there power lines? Again, I spent a few days putting up radios back when I was in the military. And we were always troubled by the weather. We were troubled if we had to set up anywhere near a barn with a metal roof. We would have a heck of a time trying to find the signal. So again, it's not like it's super easy to just transmit across a town, because there would be so much interference that you can't reach it. It could be that the expert can reach his router in the back of his garden. I'm not saying he can't, but he can't reach his router in Dollywood. Yeah, Jamie told us yesterday that that's the new trend on the interwebs. That
she sent a TikTok. I don't know if you saw the TikTok she sent, but there's a lady very excited about the salmon sperm.
Well,
yeah, I'm just. I saw those pictures. It wasn't really working for her. She looked really like it was more irritating her skin than making it look younger.
It did look a little red when she was done.
Yeah, well, I got nothing. Look, I'm just saying I moisturize my face, but I don't have like a system or a regiment. I buy
Emily
whatever on
C has
clearance.
gotten the new timeline from Shannon Burgess. January 29th, 12:30, 12:32, real collision. January 30, more collisions.
That's funny.
That is the best thing I've seen all day.
Everyone should go follow her on the Twit because she's fun. She makes parody videos as well about Bev and stuff like that. I like her.
Who is it?
Emily C.
Emily C.
SEE.
Ooh, I wonder if oh my gosh, we could do a Bev off. I need to talk to her. Two
Not
Bevs,
a
one
TikTok,
place.
Twit.
I
How
must
the
make
F
this
does one
happen.
yank a fish? I don't know. Jamie is the expert in facial reconstruction creams.
And this is Coke Zero with some lime juice.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I
Sure,
wish I
Ma.
could drink.
That's what we all say. 20 minutes. Come on, come back.
Baby, come back.
Yeah, Mr. Burgess is trying to reconstruct his hair right now into something different so he can be a totally new man.
I'm guessing he's doing the liar in the bathroom.
Kicking his. Yep.
Has she been
Completely
watching
agree,
the trial? Which trial are you watching? She did this unironically, right? Because
She did this unironically, yes, because she has the hottest takes out there. I normally yell at Cappy Daffy a lot, but Wendy Murphy, she blocked me, is probably I wouldn't say the dumbest person on Twit, but she has the hottest take on Twit.
that is hot. That is ghost chili Ghost pepper hot.
I think at some point she claimed that. Oh yeah, this is another one. This is one I feel for.
Look, as a fellow boob haver and a misogynist, I attacked these women on their changing testimony and their underbites and their terrible bronzer. But I did use, the factual basis that they lied like they were lying liars who lied before I made fun of their, underbites and terribleness.
When you have to hide from criticism behind the words like sexism or prejudice, your argument is already rather invalid.
I just hope all the aunties get paid more than I do.
Oh, they do.
Because
they do.
I still have my integrity. Well, if someone leaks the DMs, I won't. But
I already told you I won't leak those. God.
No, but I might have gotten drunk yesterday and then send it to.
This is real misogyny. I'm never on the fun chats. See how it is.
Well, I don't send them to women. Come on now.
That's sexist.
Yeah, that's sexist. But I really hope that people like Kathy Daffy, who I don't know how much of an FBI agent she was, even though I claim she is the greatest FBI agent since Edgar J. Hoover, may he rest his cross-dressing soul.
J. Edgar Hoover.
But this woman is constantly lying about what's going on in court. She's constantly saying things that I bet you if she had been an FBI agent who came out to Dr. Burgess and said, "Oh, my friend, do you have a bachelor's in something?" And he said, "No, but you listed it on all your CVs. Are you trustworthy?" She would probably not believe one other word he was saying when she put the squeeze on him. But now it doesn't matter. What's the degree?
Yeah, what's the 24-hour difference?
It's insane.
Yep. But it's just the copisms that they have to go through because they have to fight from the MSP. Remember that FOIA request that showed that someone believed someone had a big social media reach? Oh, Kathy Daffy.
You're talking about the one where the judge laughed her out of the courtroom? That one?
No, in a FOIA request, I believe it's Tully and Morrissey is discussing that they should reach out to Kathy Daffy because she has a big social media reach that they could use or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Hey, Money G.
I don't mean to be that guy, but haven't you beat her numbers every day on this trial? I mean, I don't want to be that guy. But
no, they're
Kathy
doing pretty
Daffy,
well. I think they have like
actually pretty good.
5,000-7,000 people watching.
Oh,
it's amazing.
Well, never mind.
It's amazing that little of factual based commentary creates an audience. I just don't get it. I also don't understand how she's got so many followers on Twitter. Like,
well, people probably
it's bizarre.
Well, I think most of us are following her just to laugh at her. And Brandon, do we want to ask why you do this? Are there Hokies or subs in Baston? None of us is from Baston.
Yeah, I don't know. Would it be a
Yeah.
hoagie?
They probably call it hoagie.
No,
they
I
talk
think
funny.
like,
I don't like people with accents.
I think it's just a roll, right? Like a lobster roll. Isn't that just a lobster sandwich on a hoagie?
I don't know. What do you call it up there?
Probably subs is what Jedi Jess is saying.
Yeah, but she's not in
Grinder.
Baston.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
She's just trying to
A
get
po'
the
boy.
shine of the wonderful state of Massachusetts. No, she is in Massachusetts, I think. Or Rhode Island. Or maybe Winnipeg. I can't remember.
So
Winnipeg.
Monty G is asking if Caffey Daffy is pretty.
Is Caffey Daffy
No.
pretty? She looks kind of like well, in the right light, she's probably like a 7, and for her age, yeah, probably a 7.
Yeah, I mean,
She
she's a
looks like
good-looking-
Colin Farrell's version of the Penguin.
No, I think you're thinking about Krusty Panties.
No. Hold on.
Well, I have a picture of her sitting at a bar where she looks a little bit tipsy, and I'm saying if I was just as tipsy as her, well, a 2 out of 10 is a 10 out of 2. Jedi Jess is in Richmond.
Rhode Island.
No, Richmond.
RI is Rhode Island. It's a
I would
state
know
code.
this. I am a geographist.
You are right. What do I know?
I don't think anyone should be jealous of Brandon's laptop, desktop, whatever it is, because it has all the internet aids you can get.
I know. I need him to set up my stuff so my mic doesn't go crazy. Although I would probably have to clean my history, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday. He went really well. They do it with every witness, even the ones who has no. But this guy, don't talk about it. How old
Okay,
is
I didn't-
Kathy? Because she has that look. She could be a hard drinking 40 or halfway decent 60. I think she's probably closer to 60 than she is to 40.
I think she's over
I think
60.
so.
Here,
She's-
before we get this trial started, I didn't pick a flattering picture. Okay, I just picked a picture. That's Jennifer Coffindaffer. All right. Now this, gotta go back. Where'd it go? Stop screen. Present. It's Colin Farrell's The Penguin. Tell me that's not a similar picture.
They doesn't look the same.
They look exactly the same.
She's not that fat.
All right, Mr. Lassie, whenever you're ready.
Did you see her being on the range teaching women to pew pew?
Stop it. Stop it.
Go check her account, the groupings on them, and she's saying how great she's doing. You will not even a first stake runt would get away with that. He would be doing so many stretches that I don't know, push-ups, that his arms would be falling off. And she was like, "Oh, I'm so
She-
proud of you."
She
Not
used
Thank
that
you, Your
from
same
Honor.
being
stupid
rest.
picture from like
Burgess?
One Day at the Range from like 1997. She posts it every other like
I'm
week.
going to
No,
pick
no,
up
it's not that
where
one.
we left off.
Ridiculous.
A text stream trigger event does not
I
automatically
love how these streams
mean there
just go
was
somewhere.
a collision, correct?
Correct.
A text stream data event doesn't without more mean an airbag deployed, correct?
Correct.
A trigger data event doesn't mean without more that there was a
See,
vehicle
MG?
impact, correct?
MG sees it.
Correct.
A text stream data event merely refers to Lexus's practice of capturing real-time data from applications and databases, correct?
Sensors and other modules.
That's right.
on the vehicle.
You had
Correct.
said that earlier, sir.
Sure.
Sensors and modules. You reviewed the raw text stream trigger events on Miss Reed's vehicle, correct?
No, I did not.
Oh, you did not?
No.
Oh,
Oh,
You didn't
look
see the
at
raw
the actual
data?
raw based
Do you
data. Are you kidding me?
understand whether
I'm telling you, this
you have
guy
an
had one
understanding whether
job.
Mr.
It was to
DeSogra
change the timeline and
reviewed
validate it.
those
No idea
events
how he
in
did
his
it.
2000.
But that was what he was here to do.
I do not.
So you did not review the raw data for text stream trigger events on Ms. Reed's vehicle, and you did not therefore perform any analysis of that data as you sit here today, correct?
Correct. Outside of what Dr. Welcher provided.
She took the picture down. Damn.
He's probably getting roasted for it.
Yeah. Bet you. Oh, I should have screenshotted it. It was horrible.
Are you aware that there were approximately 30 text stream trigger events in an 8-month period on Ms. Reed's vehicle?
No, I'm not.
What do you know?
Assume the data shows that in the near
Questioning every
8-month
decision he's ever
period
made.
that Ms. Reed owned her vehicle, the Lexus in question, there were 30 text stream trigger events. Assume that. You would not conclude that there were 30 collisions in that 8-month period, would you?
No, I would not.
Would you agree, sir, that there were actually 2 triggers on January 29th?
Yes.
And the first trigger that you referred to of 1162-1, that was not a collision, was it, sir?
Without reviewing the data, I don't know.
Well, as you sit here today, you have no basis to state that the 1162-1 trigger was a collision, do you?
No, I do not.
And in fact, didn't you refer to that as a 3-point turn?
I did, yes.
And you didn't mention in your direct testimony when you talked about the 3-point turn anything about a collision, did you?
No, I did not.
And as you sit here today, there's no fact or data that you have to conclude that there was any supposed collision associated with that 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event, correct?
Correct.
The only reason he's associating a collision with the 11622 is because
A trigger
Tully
event
told
can
him.
occur
Yeah.
on a Lexus vehicle by a whole host of possibilities, correct?
Correct.
You could maybe slam on the brakes and cause a trigger event.
That is one possibility.
You
Yeah.
could have just unusual driving. You could be going at a speed or doing something else that has nothing at all to do with a collision, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there are almost countless events that can occur that can cause a trigger event in a Lexus vehicle.
So I don't know the exact count of what type of triggers there are, but yes, there are
There are
a
many.
number. Yes.
So back to the 1162-1 3-point turn trigger event. On your direct examination, you just referred to event surrounding that as a 3-point turn, correct?
Correct.
And yet that 3-point turn registered as a trigger event, right?
Correct.
Are Lexus SUVs trigger happy?
I do not know, sir.
As you sit here today, none of the information in that black box that you referred to on your direct testimony indicates that there was a collision on January 29th, does it?
Not by itself. no.
Not by itself.
Correct.
And it doesn't occur that none of the information in that black box indicates that there was a collision on any day without more, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to now turn to a different topic, sir.
Then it wasn't the ultimate.
In your direct examination, you referenced a Ms. Maggie Gaffney. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And wasn't part of your reference to her a criticism of her for some of the work that she did with respect to the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it was.
And for instance, you criticized her for failing to extract the micro SD card from the circuit board during the initial chip off, right?
So sure. So I did criticize for not identifying the micro SD card and subsequently not downloading it. Yes.
And on direct, you even tried to lay at her footsteps, if you will, your bits bytes misinterpretation on her by claiming that you assumed, quote, a competent expert, close quote, would not have overlooked a relevant chip. So you became confused how there could be data missing. Is that a fair characterization?
No, it is not.
Did you at all try to use as a justification for your misunderstanding of bits and bytes that it was her work?
Her word? you
Her
said?
work.
Her work.
Yes, her work.
So it was the overlooking of the SD card. Yes.
Right. So you did try to lay at her footsteps part of the reason why you misinterpreted the bits and bytes that we discussed yesterday. Is that correct?
No, that is not correct.
Okay. So you would agree then that the bits and bytes misinterpretation that you and I discussed yesterday had nothing to do with the work of Miss Gaffney, correct?
So in part, but that was my mistake. Yes.
All right. I'm trying to understand which is it. Is it Miss Gaffney's work had some part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, or her work had no part in your misinterpretation of bits and bytes?
Some part.
So you do attempt to lay some blame on Miss Gaffney for your misinterpretation of bits and bytes, correct?
No, I'm not trying to blame anyone.
Well, you just did.
In your
One part. That's partial blame.
January 30, 2025 report, are you consistent with your criticism of Miss Gaffney?
As I recall, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
In fact, you yourself provided the explanation for why the micro SD card was not extracted during the original chip off, didn't you?
Yes, that it was overlooked.
Right.
Yes.
So if you could please turn to page 5 of your January 30, 2025 report.
Okay.
And sir, when you get there, if you could let me know, and I will then proceed with questions.
Okay.
So you do attribute to Ms. Gaffney in your report some responsibility for this micro SD card not being extracted during the original chip off. Is that correct?
Yes.
So let's go to page 5 of your report, sir. And bear with me, I want to get you.
Yes, he did say that a competent examiner wouldn't have missed the SD card. But this same competent examiner that he claims to be misunderstood bits and bytes.
To the exact location. I don't have it exactly, but I want to
You should have
quote
that.
it. Well, Your Honor, may I have a moment to get the exact quote?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, you need the exact quote. This should have been marked in your papers like everything else. This is not a good look. Thank you, Miss Little. Yeah, it was everyone else who
Thank
made the
you for that,
mistakes.
Your Honor, I now have it. Mr. Burgess, if you could turn to
He probably won't.
page 5, as I was referencing, and go to the third full paragraph. If you could look about 2/3 of the way down the far right, you see the word where it starts with at. It's the paragraph beginning when examining vehicle
Yes,
systems.
I
You see
do.
that,
Yes,
sir?
I see it.
And do you see the at that is at the very far right of that paragraph?
Yes.
So it says, at the time of the incident,
He also claimed he had several degrees, but that was a mistake as well. MG, words are fluid.
Yeah,
So,
English is hard.
Yeah, it's my third language, and I hardly speak it. But if you're not careful, MG, we'll always mention that he's an alumni from the same university as you if you don't agree that he's a lying liar who lies.
Burla, and Burla is what? Can you read?
Burla is a company that offers and develops forensic hardware and software for vehicle modules.
Right. So at the time of the incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software indicating similar modules are supported via in-vehicle acquisition. According to Burla, currently, there are 2 known and documented modules within the vehicle that have the capability to store data. The infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
So as you stated, Burla is the organization that you described, which for the purpose you did, I'm not going to repeat it on direct examination. If I could sort of put in layman's terms and see, you tell me if this is correct. Burla produces hardware and software to make it easier for non-technical people, as you put it, to extract data from a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
I have a friend who works for the FBI. She pretends to be a 12-year-old boy, goes on the internet and chat with PDF files all day. I have no idea what she does for the FBI. I see what you did there, Brandon. But hey, this guy pretends to be an expert as well, and I'm not sure what he did other than, oh, you want me to confirm this report? Sure. What time should I put in?
Yes. I hope she catches them like Pokemon. Gotta catch them all.
Describe in your January 30, 2025 report that at the time of the initial chip-off, Burla did not provide support for the information contained on the micro SD card, correct?
No. So I think you're misreading that last sentence, and I can clarify.
Can you read the last sentence, sir?
I can. So the infotainment module removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Ms. Gaffney.
So my question is, did or did not Burla, at the time of the initial chip-off by Ms. Gaffney, provide the technical support to address the information contained on the micro SD card?
No, Burla did not and does not.
Good. That I wanted to.
That was my identifier of the micro SD card. Correct.
So it was not until after the initial chip-off that Ms. Gaffney participated in that Burla updated their software to be able to identify the types of data, for Burla software to be able to identify the types of data contained within the micro SD card on the Lexus circuit board. Is that correct?
No, that's incorrect.
So Burla didn't do anything new after the initial chip off with its software?
Sure. So Burla released new software after the initial chip off that addresses being able to download software via the infotainment module while it's in the vehicle. So that involves plugging a
Isn't that what
USB
you
in to the
just said?
vehicle and downloading data. That does not address the micro SD card on the circuit board itself.
And Ms. Gaffney did not have, at the time of the initial chip off, that updated Burla software, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate your questioning. Thank you for answering my questions. That's all I have at this time, Your Honor, but I have a bit to pack up so Mr. Brennan can have a clear podium.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
He's so polite.
That was a kind of weak ending.
Yeah,
Yesterday,
but I think he got the big stuff first so that it would be fresh in mind because he knew this was dense. So he predicated it with, you can't trust anything this guy says. He already lied on his CV. So when they're going through the math stuff, people already think, I don't trust him.
Yeah, but I just thought he could have ended with something more like a punch in the face because Burla didn't support something. I don't know.
It's a weird place when the state is defending the Commonwealth, sort of expert
Yeah.
from another expert. Okay, Brennan, do what
Thank
you
you for that
can.
opportunity, Your Honor.
Oh, let's see.
So did you know that multiple people said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? Did you know that when you did your report? When you did your supplemental report that you absolutely did not talk to me about, did you have the knowledge, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him was said multiple times?
Can we fast forward through this?
No, we're almost live, sadly.
Dang it all to heck.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's not afternoon. It's before 12. I hate this guy. He's
You know
always
what a
missing
sequestration
time.
order is?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
So it would be an order to not view any testimony of a trial, is my general understanding.
Does that mean that you can't watch any of it on television?
Correct.
Do you understand whether or not you can speak to attorneys about testimony? Is that included as well?
I'm not aware either way.
Has anybody ever spoken to you about any testimony about that occurred in this trial before you testified?
No, they have not.
Have I ever discussed, intimated, or suggested any information whatsoever to you about arguments, testimony, or anything about this case as it's ongoing?
No, you have not.
Do you follow the rules, sir?
Yes, I do.
Have you followed them in this case?
Yes, I have.
When you gave your opinion,
I probably don't ask this man about following the rules because he has a different grasp. Hey, Mo, everything's relative. That's what
Baker,
Einstein said.
Look at the look on the...
Sorry.
It's okay. The look on the face of the woman in green glasses is
That's
my
Rita.
soul right now.
Rita, I can't remember her name. Rita something.
Okay, but she is my spirit animal right now because that is the look of Mo if she were there.
Not Rita. Isn't it Rita? Looks like Rita. Well, I might be wrong again. That's not Rita. Hey, I am facial blind. That's why I have a face that's undescribable.
and you've testified, do you have any information or knowledge about
Dina,
this trial as
Dina,
it actually occurred?
it's
until
the
point
same.
When you testified.
No, I do not.
You were asked
Sorry.
some questions about your CV. A CV is a resume?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And you were
I
asked
knew I
about
knew her.
a LinkedIn account.
Yes, I was.
Is your LinkedIn account different than your CV?
Yes, it is.
And in this case, when did you learn that your
Did you
LinkedIn
lie on all of
account
them?
was wrong or had not been updated? When was the first time you learned that?
That was
There
yesterday.
you go.
When you started your LinkedIn account, do you remember when it was you set it up?
I do not.
I was talking about the one with the glasses Mo talked about. Are you even watching this thing?
It would have been maybe 10 years ago or more.
Do you routinely update your LinkedIn account?
No, I do not.
Lie. Jedi just
Thor
went in
knew-
and saw when he last updated his LinkedIn account.
When
Thor
you
needed-
set up your LinkedIn
No, he
account,
needed
the section where it
emotional
asks
support for this.
for education, whether graduated
Your
or
hair's blonde.
ongoing. Do you remember filling out that section?
I don't particularly remember filling it out, but obviously I did at some point.
Oh,
when
this
you-
is...
Were asked about Aperture's website, how many experts are associated with Aperture?
I could give you a rough number between 80 and 100,
How many offices?
And they sent you.
15 or so.
Are you involved in the website design or
Sir, I am
content?
petting you.
No, I'm not.
Stop.
Do you know if Aperture gets the information from their website directly from LinkedIn?
I don't know where they get all of their information from.
Did you ever weigh in or develop your information that was on Aperture's website?
No, not on the website.
You do provide CVs before you come to court, don't you?
Yes, I do.
In this case, you were asked by the defense, when you provide your CV, do you understand that it's going to be reviewed by whoever requests it, the Commonwealth or the defense,
Yes, I do.
and that it will be shared with both sides in the court?
Yes.
In fact, the first time you provided a CV in this case, was it October 11, 2014?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the leading nature sustained.
Do you remember the first time you provided a CV in this case?
It would have been around October
What year?
2024. Sorry.
And when you provided that, was it as an exhibit to something?
Yes, if I recall, it was as an exhibit to the initial protocol that I sent out.
And when you submitted that CV,
They have been mulling this over all night. How the hell are we going to save you? You put up a CV that's inaccurate. You've done it in multiple cases, and you lied on your LinkedIn. You most likely lied to your company as well. I can't prove it. But if you did that, first of all, you're in trouble. Second of all, I would never hire that company who doesn't do a basic background check. I know Marissa is kind of a wizard doing that, but she found more dirt on him within looking for 5 minutes. She was the one who told me his LinkedIn account was effed as well, before anyone who found his court-reported CVs. This is basic. You are in the most high-profile case at the moment in the world. Maybe Diddy, but it's not televised. How the fuck can you be this lame?
Well, so
If it was a mistake-
Go ahead, Valhalla.
If it was a mistake, it would be missing stuff. It wouldn't have extra stuff. That's a fucking lie, bro.
So are they going to argue, since his CV has been in there since October 2024 and the defense only brought this up now, it's not a lie? They had plenty of time to look at this.
Yeah, it's probably, they're going to blame the defense that they didn't call him and say, hey, your CV is bogus. Did you know you lied on your CV? We can't ask you questions when you lied. Can you please remedy that? He's probably going to say that. But Brennan, you absolute twat waffle. How much background check did you do on your own expert? And you talked to him during the trial. I know I can't prove it, but I'm not a stupid guy. And this guy told us yesterday, you fuck moron. Sorry.
Okay, well, since you used my favorite word, I get to use my other favorite word. Brennan, you're a cunt cannoli. I also have bitch burrito, if you so choose. I've got a lot of curse words that can be paired with foods.
I approve.
Yeah, your company can't misrepresent your background, and you can't misrepresent it, and you did. On Taco Tuesday, we do arms, because if you want a thick mommy screaming, "Ponto chorizo donde caco," in the back of an El Dorado, your arms better be effing swell.
Now, El
I don't
Dorados
know
were
what the
pretty
Spanish
cool
was,
cars.
but I'll allow it.
Or was it El Caminos? El Caminos were fun.
There was an El Dorado, I think.
did you appreciate whether or not it would be part of a court filing in public?
Yes, I did.
I could have exhibit 183, please. (183) You could enlarge the top section.
Oh, what? He didn't
there is
lie on
good.
one CV?
And sir, when
he
you
lied on all the
provided
others?
this CV to be filed with the court and made public, did you indicate that you had obtained a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
Why did you put currently pursuing?
Absolutely
Because I
not.
am currently pursuing a bachelor's degree.
And did you understand your CV
On
was
your
received by the
15th
defense
year.
and they knew this?
I'm currently
yes, I do.
pursuing a new girlfriend.
Subsequently, you were
Probably
asked
been
to
the same
provide
time.
an updated CV in April 2025.
Are you an
Yes, I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
Can we have exhibit 184?
So your company didn't realize that you were pursuing and continued to hold out that you had one?
Did you further appreciate this would be provided to both the court and the defense?
Yes, I did.
Did you represent
Oh, sorry,
to the
17.
defense that your education included earning a bachelor degree?
No, I did not.
You've testified in, you can take that down, please. You've testified in many other cases
I have. Yes.
in courts around the country.
Yes, I have.
And when you've testified in other courts around the country, do you know whether there are transcripts of your actual testimony?
Yes, I believe there are.
Have you ever
Exactly.
represented in any court that you achieved your bachelor's degree?
No, I have not.
Have you ever inflated your qualifications in a court?
Yes,
No,
he
I
did.
have not.
Yes.
Not.
When I asked you about some of your back,
It doesn't matter if he inflated it. He put out CVs stating he had a bachelor. It doesn't matter, Brennan. You have
His company
effing moron.
represented. It doesn't matter if he never represented. The company did by their own website, by their own, collaboration on the LinkedIn, whatever it might be. The company, and that is, you are relying on the expertise of a company that presents itself as being precise and accurate. This man has been neither. So I'm sorry, but whether he never presented himself, his company did, and that's why people hired them.
And he did on his LinkedIn. But again, unless you stand up and say, all of the CVs I posted yesterday where you claimed that you had a bachelor's, are they wrong? And if he says, yes, okay. So with your potential, your skill of making all these wrong statements, can we agree that your testimony is crap, sir, and you should apologize for wasting this court's time and pay back the taxpayers of Massachusetts the money that you took from them?
Again, if
He looks
unless
constipated and like he's right in front of a Lexus going backwards 24.3 miles per hour.
Well, I want Alessi to ask about the invoices that he did for this report that no one told him to do. Where is the time that he spent on this? I know he has to log hours. Where are those? Because that's exactly what they did to ARCA. And if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. I want to know what they paid this man for a report that was never asked for. This magical, horcrux of a damn report.
Yeah.
If you walked into a doctor's office and the doctor had a diploma from Harvard framed on his wall, you would assume that that doctor graduated from Harvard, right? Just because the doctor didn't say he graduated from Harvard, he is still inflating his degree. He's still presenting that as factual. This guy's trying to play word games to get out of the fact that he lied through his teeth and got caught.
They sat down yesterday evening when he was finished removing the pit stains from his shirt and said, can you please try and save my job?
Celebrate an axiom. I didn't go through all of the qualifications and all the accomplishments you had, did I?
No, you did not.
Do you have professional certifications, GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensic Analysis?
Yes, I do.
Do you have
So you went to
professional
another 3-day
certification from
seminar?
CCME, Cellbrite Certified Mobile Examiner?
I can be a cell
Do you have
phonologist
professional
in 3
certification
days.
as a Magnet Certified Forensic Examiner?
Why are you trying to voir dire him now? You should have done
Yeah.
this last week.
Staying for the same
Fuck.
reason.
Do you have a number of certificates that I did not ask you about?
Yes, you did.
Can you share some of those with us?
I have certificates. I have a certificate of appreciation from the American Army. It doesn't make me a military expert.
So one of those is going to be GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. So that's going to be Global Information Assurance certification. And that is basically a 40-hour class or 48-hour class with a test at the end to get that certification.
48-hour class.
There's also a Celebrite Certified Mobile Examiner certification. That is specifically to, kind of demonstrate your knowledge of the Celebrite software, as well as Magnet Forensics certifications, again, for their software specifically.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
What was that last part? Sorry.
Any certifications regarding computer hacking?
No, not currently.
Are you a hexadecimalologist?
Regarding crash data or BOSH?
Yes, I have.
What do you have for
Oh, for
certificates in
God's
that arena?
So those certifications would be Crash Data Retrieval Technician and Crash Data Retrieval Analyst. So those courses would be around acquiring and analyzing crash data from airbag control modules.
Oh, he's a course.
You mentioned that you had over 700 hours
Interesting.
do.
Did the airbag deploy?
Classes and certification?
No.
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree
What?
classes and certification?
Yes, that's of classes and classes and seminars or conferences, specifically in digital forensics or vehicle forensics.
Do you need a bachelor's degree to be competent and achieve in this area?
What's competent?
I think
This
he's
is my
trying
third language. Please don't use words that's not common. What's
I
competent?
think he meant. I think
I
he
think
meant
he meant
competent.
to say competent, but he's impotent.
But he's-
so it didn't quite come out.
Soy habla English better than Senor Brennan.
Yeah, kind of.
Competent.
Good Lord, Brennan, just
Homoglobin.
stop
No.
and sit down. You're not going to be able to repair this man. Just sit the hell down and stop annoying us.
Well, I'm not competent.
No, I do not.
Is a bachelor's degree a prerequisite of success in a particular field?
No, it is not.
You ever hear of Bill Gates,
Yes.
Stephen
Oh,
Jobs,
for God's sake.
Yes.
Oprah Winfrey?
Sustained.
Oprah Winfrey. Pat. What is no?
Why did you just list off a bunch of people from the Epstein list?
So,
I can't. What?
three of the world's most competent, well, not competent people, but three of the world's most successful people, you just compared to this guy who's a wage slave at a small company that you had to hire. Yeah. If someone is going to invent the new Apple iPhone, it's this guy.
This
Oh
guy
my
who
God.
mixed up bits and bytes. I'm sure Steve Jobs is rolling in his grave right now, being compared to this man. Although we could hook up turbines and have green energy, so that's a good thing.
You had become
You
engaged
broke
in
Baker.
October 2024.
Brendan, I promise you, he's no Oprah Winfrey.
And when you first became engaged, you had a chance to look at photographs and some data.
Yes, I did.
At that point, you hadn't had a chance. Did you have had you had a chance to actually inspect any of the physical property?
No, I had not.
Did you have an understanding that somebody else did?
Yes, I did.
Who
Miss Gaffney and a number of other people with the MSP.
attended some type of procedure?
Correct.
And do you know who led the actual procedure?
As far as I'm aware, it would have been Miss Gaffney.
The defense expert?
Correct.
You filed a protocol. What was the purpose in October when you first got involved in filing a protocol?
Sure. So the first purpose of the protocol was just to address the fact that we were missing data that we expected and address a potential solution to gather more data.
Without having
You
looked
mean
at
the
the physical
data you
property, the actual boards,
miscalculated?
how did you conclude simply on data and photographs that there was missing data?
Sure. So that would be reviewing the initial data that was provided and not seeing user data like I would expect. And that's because
have to
there's
talk
a
about
number of
bits
different
and
chips
bytes
that
again.
are on a circuit board for an infotainment or telematics or any other module. And there's a number of different data bearing chips. The purpose of those chips will vary. Some chips' main purpose is to store user data. Some chips' main purpose is to store software or firmware. So if you're gathering, acquiring data from chips that only have software and firmware, then you would not expect or you would not see user data within those chips.
When you made that analysis and concluded that there was missing data, had there been any report provided by Ms. Gaffney suggesting there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Had there been any analysis or opinion alerting that there was missing data?
No, there was not.
Was there anything to indicate that the person who did this test missed data at that point?
No, not at that point.
When you decided
But there
to
was no
write a
missing
protocol so
data.
you could actually look at the boards and do an analysis, did you put that protocol in writing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember
There was a missed
if
chip
that was around
that had
October
no
10th,
data on it.
2024?
That sounds familiar. Yes.
Now, when you were cross-examined, the attorney asked you if you knew what the word mendacity meant. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you didn't know. Do you now know that means to lie or be untruthful?
Sustained.
And for those wondering, yes, Oprah did go to college. Speech, communications, and drama.
He didn't ask you a question. He just asked you if you knew what the word was. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember he also, on cross-examination, suggested that when you had your mistake about megabytes, megabits, it was the defense expert
that alerted you to that mistake? Do you remember that suggestion by the defense?
Yes, I do.
Did they ever show you the documents so you could see the chronology?
No, they did not.
You wrote a
Why should
report
they?
on October 10, 2024. Did you then write another report, a supplemental protocol?
Yes, so I did write that initial protocol and then a supplemental protocol.
Was that on October 17, 2024?
That sounds about right.
When you wrote that a week later, at that point, had you realized your mistake?
Objection, Your Honor.
Why did you?
Can we approach, please?
He admitted yesterday that he didn't understand crap. And now this guy is just, well, he has to save
When
face.
you realized your error, what did you do?
So I intended to correct it with a supplemental protocol.
When you
No, you changed your report. Stop trying to word your way out of you changing your report on behalf of Hank Brennan, because you didn't copy the header on an email. No one does that, you moron, especially when it's company email. You wrote, we talked about this, I'm fixing it. You moron.
corrected it with a supplemental protocol, do you remember what date that was?
Not specifically, I do not.
Okay. If I showed you your report, would that help your memory?
Yes, it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
You don't remember when you fixed your cock up? Are you kidding me? Like that
Please
would
don't read
be,
this,
I
just
would
look
be
at
so
it,
shame
and
embarrassed.
if it
I would
refreshes
never
your memory,
forget
let me
the
know, and then
day.
I'll ask you a question.
Yes, it does.
When did you correct your error with the supplemental protocol?
That was on October 17th, 2024.
Wait, how? I thought he was correcting it due to information that ARCA.
And do you
Gave
remember
to
the
him.
date?
No, he claims he never saw
that
Arca's
you first
information.
received any information from Mr. DeSorga?
No, I do not
Do you
specifically.
remember the date when Mr. DeSorga's information was first filed?
No, I do not.
And do you know if it was, whether it was after your October 17th supplementary report?
Not specifically, but I believe it was after.
And so when it was suggested,
A supplemental protocol is a report that you changed, but because you can't change the report, you call it a supplemental protocol when you get caught in changing your report.
that you had to be schooled or advised by Mr. DeSorga, was that accurate?
Objection, Your Honor.
Worded differently.
Kind of, yeah.
The claim that was made that you weren't aware until someone advised you of your error, was that true?
No, that was untrue.
So you knew.
When you
that
realized
you
there
were
was an
making a
error and put it in a report, were you ever dissuaded from publicly alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No,
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or hurtful to one side?
no, I
What?
did not.
Have you, in this,
Is he speaking English?
What did he just say?
He's
I don't.
basically asking if he shades his information to help one side or the other, which is obvious he did because he looked at those 1, 2s, and 8s and then decided 29 or 20.
21 to 29.
Okay,
Yeah, but
I knew 29
but
was
what's
in
the
there.
words he's using? I don't think Brennan speaks English.
alerting all the parties of your mistake?
No,
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it helpful or
Did you least off other the? What the hell
Did
is
you-
he saying?
Did you leave stuff in or out
No.
of your report?
Do you leave stuff in or out of a report if you find it
Does he has a
helpful or
speech
hurtful to one
impediment?
side?
no, I do not.
Have you,
You might.
in this effort that you've made in this case, have you always been encouraged to provide all information, regardless of what it is?
Objection, Your Honor.
Bullshit.
Going to allow that.
I mean,
Yes, I have.
And who's encouraged you to always provide all information, regardless of what it
No,
says?
no one. So my job is
my
to assist
God.
the jury. So the jury,
Said-
assisting the jury means presenting all the information.
Have you
That
ever
you
been
lied on
discouraged by
your
me?
CV.
No, I have not.
I'll be
When
right.
you looked at the photographs and you looked at the boards without actually touching them, how long did it take you to figure out that there was some other vehicle for data?
Sure. So it took a few times to look at the photographs before I identified the micro SD card slot.
You were asked
wait a
whether it's
minute, so
important to
you
be
dog
accurate
on
and
the
reliable. Is
defense,
it in
but
this
it took
field?
you 5
Yes, it is.
times to look at the
And,
photos.
If data is not found on the chips, is it a standard practice to look elsewhere?
Yes, that would be a standard practice.
Was that done in this case before you became involved?
No, it was not.
Who was the first person to identify where the missing information was?
Myself.
Sure.
What happens if you miss information because you don't see it?
So if you miss information, that's information that won't help in the analysis.
In this case, the information on the SD card that you found, how important was that to this entire analysis?
It was important to timestamp certain events.
Without that information in the SD card, would you have been able to so accurately timestamp certain events?
No, not so accurately.
Before you were
Accurately,
involved,
but
was that
24
information, that
hours.
very important information for timestamps, was that available for either
Right.
side?
No, it was not.
Is it now?
It is.
You were asked about Burla. When Burla did not have updated software to simply plug into a car and download the information, what process would have to be used?
Sure. So best practice for vehicle forensics is if the module or a vehicle is not supported by a forensic tool, would be to remove that module, or let me start over, manually document the screens on that infotainment module if it's available and it can be powered up. But then also going through disassembling the module, identifying any type.
No one knows what was on that card because there was no missing data. He stated that yesterday. There was no new data found. But this guy never saw the raw data either. So how can he tell that there is no missing data?
Can just hurry this up so we can get to recross, because
You are a forensic tool. Yeah.
Of chips or SD cards that may hold data and acquiring that data.
Is that called a chip-off process?
It is called a chip-off process.
Does it describe the process well, chip-off?
Yes, it does.
Since Ms. Gaffney did the original analysis and did that chip-off, has the software updated?
Yes.
Is that the Burla software?
No, I'm sorry. So she has not done a updated analysis with the Burla software.
But has the Burla software itself updated?
So the Burla software itself has updated, but it is limited to, again, plugging in a USB into the infotainment module while it's in the car running.
Does the updates in Burla software have anything to do with the SD card?
No, it does not.
Why not?
Because again, they're going a different route to acquire data, and they are acquiring a limited amount of data through what's called diagnostic logs. So if you think of diagnostic logs, your radio unit is keeping logs of any time things happen on the radio for manufacturer purposes. So Burla is taking those logs and they can interpret some of those logs. They are not acquiring all the data that is on the SD card itself.
You have drafted a number of reports in this case?
I have, yes.
Regarding the chip-off process, did Ms. Gaffney ever write a report?
No, not that I'm aware of.
When you wrote reports in this case, do you expect
So again, blaming Miss Gaffney. Yeah.
for them to be shared?
Yes, I do.
When other experts, like, for example, Mr. DeSorga writes a report, do you expect to have a copy and review it?
Yes.
What is the standard practice when there are reports from different experts regarding the same subject matter?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
Is there a standard practice
Sure.
regarding reviewing reports from similar experts in similar subject matter?
Sure. So anytime a report is written by an expert, that report would be provided and shared with opposing experts.
Reports, do they always come at the same time in a case?
No, they do not.
When you wrote your reports, how would you provide them so they could be disseminated?
Sure. So that I would typically provide them to the client or the attorney that hired me, and then that would be disseminated from there.
Did you have an opportunity to receive Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Were you provided that by me, the Commonwealth?
Yes, I was.
And were you asked or given any direction on what you could or should do?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to reach any particular result?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to avoid anything?
No, I was not.
What did you see your role as when you receive a report from another expert like Mr. DeSorga?
Sure. So when I receive a report, I would typically review it and then make a decision if it's better to address any issues in that report through testimony or address those with a supplemental report.
And in that analysis, do you follow your own discretion or do you follow directions of the client?
No, I would follow my own discretion.
Did you ever receive any direction on what you should and shouldn't do regarding considering Mr. DeSorga's report?
No, I did not.
Ms. Gaffney is a defense witness, so
When
she will be
you
on
looked at
stand.
Mr. DeSorga's report, did you have concerns about his report?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about his report in detail. Before we get there, share with us what your general concerns were about Mr. DeSorga's report when you reviewed the whole report.
Sure. So what Mr. DeSorga does is take a couple different adjustment methods to attempt to adjust the clock from the Lexus with the iPhone. But what he does is takes a lot of methods or data points that are not applicable to the time that we're.
But yours are because what?
Yeah.
Mr. I haven't taken a course since 2022. So you are up to date with all your information.
Man, you know how much technology's changed in 3 years?
Yeah. Well, maybe he didn't get to update his CV because, hey, he never touches his CV.
No sound. Baker, no sound.
Oh, sorry. It's because I shifted screen, so I have to share screen again. It's a stupid way StreamYard does sometimes.
Servers, and it's updating constantly. So a clock variance between two devices may be different at, say, 12 o'clock in the day versus 1 o'clock in the day. So best practice is to choose an event that is nearest to your time in question, so you have the most appropriate adjustment for that clock variance.
Mr. DeSorda's analysis, did he choose the event most closely tied to the backing up event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The backing up event.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with that time frame?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Sorga's analysis based on information most closely related to that event?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What information did Mr. DeSorga choose to use for that analysis relative to
Objection, Your Honor.
What if
Sure.
any?
So he chose a couple things. That's going to be call logs that happened on both devices or that was recorded on both devices, as well as a GPS point, data point, which was incorrectly identified as being near that or encompassing that 3-point turn. So what we did is did a more thorough analysis of that 3-point turn event when it occurred within the iPhone data, and then compared that and adjusted with the Lexus.
Explain to us your concern about using call logs.
Sure. So there's a number of call logs that you saw earlier that were recorded by the phone and the Lexus. The one thing you'll notice, and it's hard to kind of go back to it without the graph, but the calls that happened between 1 and 5 o'clock that morning actually happened when the car was powered off. We know that based on the power on and power off events. So those timestamps that are recorded,
He didn't
that
just
2
use
second
the
and 1 second offset,
car.
is actually from Mrs. Reed's iPhone as she gets back in the vehicle and her phone connects up and syncs back up. So the 8-second and the 16 or 21-second offset are the only offsets that we have to compare to calls.
Was that a concern?
It was a concern.
Why?
Because if you're using the 1 and 2 second offsets, that could be misleading because it's not actually comparing the Lexus clock with the iPhone clock from Mr. O'Keefe.
What's it doing?
It's comparing the Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock with Mrs. Reed's iPhone clock.
What other concerns?
Sure. So the other concern was a GPS point known as GPS 154, which, if you remember yesterday, we talked about a little bit. So that was misidentified as being the end or towards the end of that 3-point turn. But when we look closer at all the location data, we can see that actually occurs between 12:23:59 and I believe it was 12:24:07.
Let me ask you some questions about what compelled you to look at the 3-point turn and synchronize the clocks. Were you aware of Mr. Whiffin's report where he offered that the last user interaction on Mr. Whiffin's phone was 12:32:09?
Objection.
You were asked, did you consider Mr. Whiffin's report where there was a last user interaction of 12:32:09 by the user?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
You were asked if you considered that. Did you know that information?
I did know that information was available and existed, but I did not use that in my analysis for the clock synchronization.
Did that
Wait a
have
minute, you
any
didn't use all
part
available
of your
data
motivation to do
in
the
your
clock synchronization?
analysis?
No, it did not.
No.
Were you
Again, he
attempting
never
to
saw raw
match
data.
the synchronization with any of this other information that exists in data?
No, I was not.
You were also asked if you were aware of Mr. O'Keefe's phone that at 12:32:16, it ended its movement.
Yes, I was aware of that. Yes.
Did that in any way affect your interest or your decision to synchronize the clocks?
No, it did not. So my primary focus and to adjust the clocks was because I thought the PowerPoint slides by Mr. DeSogra were misleading.
Mhm.
When you were shown Exhibit 190, can we have 190, please?
Are we allowed to see the
Jojo.
chart
You were
now?
shown this chart. Was this the entirety of Mr. DeSorga's
funny.
report?
No, it was not.
Was there text information offered by Mr. DeSorga to give his position or explanation of this?
Yes, there was.
Is that included in this exhibit?
No, it's not.
Did you get a chance to read Mr. DeSorga's report, including the actual text explaining his analysis and process leading to this chart?
Yes, I was.
Did you look at Mr. DeSorga's entire report?
Yes, I did.
I move to introduce Mr. DeSorga's report.
Okay, so this was
Mr.
triple
Disorgans.
D's identification.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
That would be the next exhibit.
Holy cow, he's even redder now. Not as easy to lie when you know you're going to get recrossed, isn't it?
You said as a result of Mr. DeSorga's report, you were concerned, so that compelled you to do your analysis that resulted in your May 8th report?
Correct.
I want you to take us through Mr. DeSorga's report and explain to the jury what concerned you about his analysis.
Sure.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put this page 1 of this report.
Yeah, Lisa, basically.
Yeah.
Is this the front cover of Mr. DeSorga's March 5th, 2025 report?
Yes, it is.
Turn to page 2.
He can
please.
file a new one after today.
What do you recognize this slide or photograph coming from?
Sure. So this slide is coming from Dr. Welcher's overall PowerPoint slides.
When you first saw this slide, where did you first see, what source did you first see this through?
Through Mr. DeSogra's PowerPoint.
Oh, Dr. Welcher works at Aperture, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Did you know he was working on this case?
Yes, I did.
Was he providing you his PowerPoint or slides before this point?
No, he was not.
When you first saw this slide, did you see information about the timing of the text stream event, which was the backing maneuver?
Yes, I did.
And what time did that show?
Can we blow it up just so I don't get the time
Please.
wrong?
Why not? You got everything else wrong.
Yeah. Am I better now? I've done what I can.
Still very low. I'll
Up, please. I'm sorry. Up. Here we go. Thank
I'll
you, Ms. Gilman.
boost you.
Sure. So that's got the text stream event ending at 12:31:43.
These text stream events that are captured, do you know how long of the event is captured? How many seconds?
Yes. So approximately 5 seconds before the trigger threshold is met and 5 seconds after.
When this information that you reviewed in Mr. DeSorga's report, do you know what clock is used to identify the 12:31:38 to 12:31:43?
Yes, I do.
And what clock is that?
So that's a combination of the Lexus clock that's coming from the infotainment center, as well as the running timer that we discussed yesterday that's coming from the airbag module itself.
Is the source of that time important?
Yes, it is.
If you compare time from a different clock with time from a different clock and don't synchronize the two, does that lead you to an accurate result?
No, it does not.
When you were answering questions, you repeatedly were saying, according to the Lexus clock. Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly? One moment, please.
Sure.
Why were you offering that qualification repeatedly?
Sure. So to make sure that the jury understood that that timestamp was coming from the Lexus itself and was not an adjusted timestamp to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Could you scroll down, please, Ms. Gilman? Up a little bit, please. Thank you. The 3209, what did you understand that information to be?
Sure. So that is information I understood to be the last device lock recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
And what clock did you understand that time came from?
That would come from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone clock.
If you reconciled his iPhone clock information, or if you compared it without reconciling to the Lexus information, what's the danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor.
Is there any danger in doing that?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to allow that.
Is there any danger in comparing two times if you don't consider the clocks that they came from?
Yes, there is. So you could essentially be, inaccurate time for when that event actually occurred.
If you could just scroll down to the bottom so we can see the rest of that. You mentioned the word variance yesterday during your direct examination. I'm going to ask you to look at that box that has the green around it. Is that an example of variance?
Yes, that is an example of variance between, so no. So I take that back. That is not an example of variance itself. That is an example of comparing the end of the text stream event to the device lock event.
Is that attempting to compare two different devices?
So that's attempting to, that's not attempting to compare anything. It's just stating that the time between the device event lock and the end of the text stream event, unadjusted, is approximately 26 seconds.
Is that accounting for synchronization or not accounting for synchronization?
That is not accounting. That is not with synchronization.
Can we turn to the next page, please? Did you review the next page of Mr. DeSorga's report?
Yes, I did.
And did it lead you to any concerns?
This page specifically, Yes and no. So this page again is just showing the time difference between the end of the text stream event and Mr. O'Keefe's last device lock event.
Yeah.
Is this another way of showing the information that was in that green box?
It is. It's another way of showing the information in that green box, but it is not a clock variance or an adjustment.
Could you turn the page, please? When you read this page, is this a opinion or conclusion?
No, it does not.
What is it?
So this is just pointing out that when the 26-second window, which they'll refer as John's interaction window, when that number is positive, then the phone interaction occurs after the end of the text stream event. When that number is negative, the phone interaction occurs before the end of the text stream event ends.
Did you have any issue with that slide?
No, not that slide in particular.
We turn to the next page. Did you have an opportunity to review the next page?
Yes, I did.
And were you in agreement with this page?
I was in agreement with this page, yes.
And what does this tell us?
So this page points out that two clocks are not always in sync. So again, to synchronize those clocks, you would have to have a shared event that occurred on both devices.
If we could have the next page, please. Any chance to make that a tiny bit bigger, Ms. Gilman? Were you in agreement with this page?
No, I was not.
Tell us what concerned you about this page.
Sure. So this page is potentially misleading to the jury, again, by using...
I'll strike that.
Tell me what your concerns were.
Sure. So my concerns with this, that it was potentially misleading to the jury.
I'm going to allow that. That's his concern.
Sure. So that this slide was potentially misleading to the jury because it uses incorrect adjustments to try and adjust the times.
How does it use incorrect adjustments? Explain that to us so it's very basic, please.
Sure. So as we kind of go through the next few slides, you'll see. But essentially what they're doing is, or what is being done, is they're comparing call logs, timestamps from call logs from when the phone was off, suggesting that, again, that the lock event occurs after the end of the text stream event, as well as incorrectly identifying the GPS point when the 3-point turn ends.
Would you better be able to explain that to us with the further slides that come next?
Yes, I believe so.
If we could turn to the next page, please. Is this just a label of what's to come?
It is.
And can we turn to the next page, please? If we could start, Ms. Gilman, with the top left-hand box, if you could enlarge that for us. Did you review this information in this box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And before we get to your opinions, what does this information tell you?
Sure. So this is a snapshot from my initial report where I point out that the ignition on happens approximately 3 seconds before the infotainment power on event. So you can see that. I think we're up a little too high on the page. Yeah, so highlighted in the red. That's based on our testing where we identified that the ignition on, or your finger on the ignition pressing it, and the engine coming on and the vehicle coming on happens 3 seconds before the infotainment system powers on.
You were asked on cross-examination about that 3 seconds between the pressing the button and the infotainment system going on, but you weren't allowed to answer the question whether you considered it or why that was important. So I'm going to give you that opportunity now.
Sustained. Ask the question, please.
Okay. Is there significance to that 3 seconds, and did you consider it in your report and your findings?
Yes, I did.
Share with us.
Sure. So when we make our adjustments based on the event, so in this case the 3-point turn, what we're looking at is the approximate time frame when that 3-point turn occurred via Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, and then we're adjusting that for the approximate time that the text stream event and that 3-point turn ends. So as we sync those clocks, we're adjusting not only for the difference in the clocks, but we're also adjusting for this 3-second delay.
Did you accommodate that 3-second delay in your analysis and your conclusions?
Yes, that was included in my analysis.
Now back to the screen. The information there, is that text taken from your actual report?
Yes, it is.
Could we shrink the screen, please? And then the photograph in the bottom left, if we could enlarge that. Is that as well from your report?
Yes, that is also from my report.
Did we look at that yesterday on your direct examination?
Yes, I believe so.
Because it's redirect, he's allowed to lead, right?
Cross, you're allowed to lead. I don't know about
I think
redirect.
you're allowed on redirect. I don't know.
And briefly tell us what that depicts.
Sure. So that's during our exemplar testing, where again we've got it rigged with cameras that are recording video and timestamps of interactions we're having with the vehicle, which include powering it on and powering it off.
If you could shrink the screen, and we'll go to the right, Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, I don't think he's supposed to lead.
Well, he's leading a whole heck of a lot.
What was the import of this screen to you in its entirety?
Sure. So this is not actually a valid way to adjust or synchronize clocks because, again, we're not adjusting based on a shared event. So the ignition on event occurs. It is not recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. But again, we are adjusting and including this in our timestamp adjustment.
If we turn to the next page, please. You were asked about the process of synchronization through phone calls or through the 3-point turn data.
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you choose to use the 3-point turn data instead of phone calls?
Sure. So I chose to use the 3-point turn data because it was closer in time to the event that was of interest, as well as it was based not only on the infotainment clock, but it was also based on that running timer. So once we adjust that first event to Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the second event is also based on that running timer, so it would also be adjusted.
Did you have any concerns about using phone calls specifically?
Yes, I did.
And what were they and why?
Sure. So those concerns were related to the phone calls that we could actually compare. And again, some of the phone calls that happened earlier or closer to the event of interest were not actually recorded by the infotainment system itself.
Why is it important to take an event closest to the time of the event you're studying?
Sure. So like I kind of said before, clock variance will change between devices as they are constantly syncing back up with reference systems. So a clock difference that you see at 1 o'clock in the day is not going to be the same as you would see at 2 o'clock in the day.
When you chose the 3-point turn, how close to the backing up event was that in time?
I believe.
Funny enough, he didn't sweat when he was asked by the defense. He's sweating when he's asked by his own side, and that seems so odd because he seems very, very. But again, they planned this yesterday that this is how you're going to save my ace. He can't lead. Well, as long as you're not objecting, he's not leading.
Fair
but
point.
he seems to be flustered, and him and Brennan had a conversation last night about how the hell are we going to get this ship back on the right course, and they know Alessi's going to come up there and smack him in the face with his reports and his lying on his CVs again. Why open up? I just let it die.
It was within 10 minutes or so.
Was that closer in time or further away in time than the phone calls as a method?
That was closer in time than the phone calls. If you think back to the phone calls that we could have compared, those occurred at 5 o'clock in the morning.
We turn to the next page, please. Did you have a chance to review this slide of the PowerPoint?
Yes, I did.
Now you see on the left is a box. Where's that box taken from?
Sure. So that box on the left is taken from my report. That's going to be my initial report.
January 30th, 2025?
That's correct.
Okay. And share with us what you were trying to express in this box.
Sure. So again, this box is a...
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I apologize. Ms. Gilman, is there any chance we could enlarge the box on the left? My apologies. Okay.
Oh, 16 or 21.
So this is a comparison of the calls. So the infotainment call timestamps are on the furthest left column. So again, your infotainment system, when you plug your phone in, is recording and synchronizing your calls. It's not great about recording and synchronizing every call. So there's a lot of calls here that we don't have that we know exist based on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So the calls that we do have that were recorded in the infotainment system, we can compare to the timestamps that those are recorded on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So when we do that, there's a couple things we notice is during that 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock and 4:45 time frame, when we look back at the power on and off events, we know the vehicle was not powered on at that time. So the vehicle's off. So those timestamps are not coming from the vehicle. They're coming from Mrs. Reed's iPhone or the defendant's iPhone. And then the times after 5:21, we know the vehicle has been powered up at that point. So those timestamps are coming from the infotainment system itself. So that's why we can actually do a comparison of those timestamps and determine the exact or the approximate clock variance.
When you look at the
Wait a minute.
call
Wait a
timestamps,
minute.
1:14.
The 5:30:31 call, according to the infotainment, right? It's 5:30:31. John's phone records it at 5:30:15, which is before 16 seconds, or 5:30:52, which is 21 seconds after. So even this, that 16 or 21, that shouldn't that read something more like potentially 37-second?
Yeah, that's a 37%, 37-second swing. That's not offset by seconds. It's a potential 37-second swing. It's either 16 before, that should have been, if you can say it this way, but you should say minus 16 or plus 21.
Yeah, that seems strange and
but
misleading.
Where did we get the 21 to 29? I mean,
I
know
think
it's
that
called-
was something different.
That's the night time. This is in the morning.
I also don't understand how the clocks can fluctuate that much. Like you're talking about
Don't ask
1
me.
2 1 2 1 2 8:37. Like how does it fluctuate that much? Shouldn't it be a constant, or at least semi-constant?
I can live with the 2-1-2-1-2-1, but I can't live with a 2-1-2-1-2-1-8. 37.
Right. Like this doesn't make any sense. And he's not telling us where he's getting these numbers from. He's just assuming, right? Like
Yeah.
it doesn't.
Well,
check
he
out.
did the correct way of doing it. Everyone else did it wrong,
And
even
actually,
though he got
hang
bad.
on. Actually, at this time, at 5:30 in the morning, these calls, this is when he's getting flooded with phone calls from Karen Reed and Jen McCabe and everybody else. How do we know he's matching the correct calls up?
Yeah,
With
that's a
the
good
variance that big, how could he? What if he's got the wrong phone call?
Aperture is a private company, yes. Pretty happy for them to be that, because else their stock would have been tanked yesterday.
13, 4, 38, 16, and 4:42:06 and 4:45:12. Was the power on or off
We don't know what time the incident happened. That's the next expert.
with the car during those 4 first calls?
Yeah. So with those first 5 calls, the car was powered off. And again, we know that based on the power on and off event. We also know that just by looking at the offset, it's a consistent 1 or 2 seconds. And that's what we typically expect and see between 2 iPhones. That's because iPhones are generally pinging back to Apple servers or GPS towers that are the same. So those times are pretty consistent and pretty accurate.
Was the power on by 5:04:28?
No, not at 5:04:28. It was still powered off.
So those first 5 events, were they reliable for you to use in synchronization?
No, they were not.
You gave us a number of reasons. One, the time distance between the event, and because they were phone to phone. Any other reasons why they weren't?
I'll strike the first part, ask the question.
Besides the reasons you already gave us, are there any other reasons why this would not be a reliable way to synchronize 2 separate devices?
Not besides the points I've made already.
Okay. And if we could zoom back on this.
Just for giggles.
Box on the right,
does
is that from your
Mr.
report? Or is that Mr.
DeSoto
DeSordo?
have any degrees? Or DeSordo?
DeSogra?
DeSogra. Darn, I'm sorry, sir. This has been a lot of math. My brain is kind of. I mean, is he on the pursuit for his degree as well?
No, he has a degree. And yeah, what does it mean that his phone has been out all night? Would the freezing of the battery and the internal clocks have anything to do with anything?
That's Mr. DeSogra.
Was there anything about that analysis that concerned you?
Sure. So that analysis is misleading because, again, it's not comparing Mr. O'Keefe's
Objection.
iPhone to the
Just
infotainment
because
system.
you
It's
say
actually comparing
these
the
words
defendant's
doesn't
iPhone
make
to
them
Mr. O'Keefe's
true.
iPhone.
Is there any acknowledgement anywhere in Mr. DeSordo's report that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone rather than iPhone to infotainment?
No, there's not.
Okay, question. Can you?
Did you ever receive
Sorry
any
to
report?
make you pause again. Is there
I can't
anywhere
help you
that's-
with any questions that's related to any of it. You just have to listen to this guy and believe what he says or not believe it. We are in the
I was
same
hoping
position as
Russian-
the jury. Other than Russian bot, I don't think anyone has any idea what he's talking about.
That's who I was going to ask.
No one understands what he's saying.
So, Russian bot, is there anything that says that you have to use the infotainment in order to coordinate a timeline? Could you not use 2 other devices, say
No, it's
Apple
to sync
phones?
up events that happens on 2 different clocks to try and match them. That's what. But he can't do that because there's no way to say these 2 events happen at exactly that time.
Yeah,
So it
using a
doesn't make sense.
hypothetical 3-point turn that you can't record. Like there's no there's
no
an
way you
event
can
there
say
in the
this
car.
is when she put it
right
into the driveway. This is when she pulled it back. This is when she finished her 3-point turn. There's
But
no way
he's
you can
trying to
do
claim
it.
that that's the case. He's trying to claim that, oh, well, this 3-point turn that obviously took multiple steps and time happened at this exact time. There's no way to make that a claim, and he's trying to.
Well, I can tell you as a possible juror, I am so freaking lost at this point. I am writing notes just to stay awake. I am so confused that my brain is actively not taking in what he's saying. I don't know about anyone else, but that's how I am. It's kind of becoming word salad because I don't believe him, and I've given myself leeway to not pay attention when Hank and him are talking because I don't believe him.
But the problem is the jury could be sitting there thinking none of this makes sense, but he's an expert. And that's
True.
always the problem with juries.
From Mr. DeSorga that would alert that he appreciated that this was iPhone to iPhone and not iPhone to infotainment.
Sustain.
We could go to the next slide, please. Is this a similar or different slide?
Sure. So this is a different slide.
Okay. If we can zoom in on the left box, please. Where does that box come from?
Sure. So again,
The infotainment is used because it locks connection from external sources like a phone, and the time on that phone is probably way more accurate than the Lexus that resets to 0 on the start.
Thank you, Russian bot.
He said that the infotainment didn't collect all the phone calls. So he's just guessing that he's got the matching
the
phone calls from this
infotainment
timeline.
collects none of the phone calls. The infotainment only runs when the engine is on. That's why he claims that the inaccuracy is bigger when the car is on, where it should be communicating with the satellites more. If I'm probably totally butchering this, but this is my understanding of his testimony. When a car is off and the time is lining up, it's actually not lining up because the infotainment system isn't switched on. Probably there's an internal clock that still keeps it going because it's kind of like your computer. It's always in a power state. But I don't know anything about it. But when the computer goes on, it fries the timeline, because then it just says, well, I want to be at 12:32. I want to be at 12:45. Time is relative, bro.
No. I'm going back to that chart. I'm lost on the chart still. I'm still trying to
but
figure
it's
this
not
out.
going to get better. None of us understands anything he's saying.
But I'm pointing out the fallacy in his logic. He says that the infotainment center didn't record all of the phone calls made. It picks and chooses which phone calls it collects, right?
No, it has nothing to do with the phone calls.
Yes, it does.
It's triggering events in the infotainment system.
It says infotainment call timestamps is on the chart.
But
Go
it
back to the
has
chart real
nothing.
quick. Go back to the chart real quick.
Yeah, but it has nothing to do with the infotainment. It's not calling the infotainment system.
Yeah. Look. So the first column is the infotainment call stamps, because he's connected to Bluetooth. So the infotainment center is recording the calls at this time according to the infotainment center clock. John O'Keefe's phone calls are recording at this clock on his phone. The offset in seconds is the difference between the infotainment time and the cell phone time, right? 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 2 seconds. Now he says
it can't be right what you're saying, because at 4:38, 4:42, 4:45, 5:04, 5:21, and 5:30, John O'Keefe cannot be connected to the Bluetooth in the car. I don't understand what's happening. Let's just wait for
promised
Cross.
no more damn math, and
Between
now
the
this is
infotainment
all
system and
mathing.
Mr.
Damn it.
Yes, those last two phone calls were between the infotainment system, or were recorded by the infotainment system with Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
How does that happen?
Sure. So that's when the device is connected up to the
We're
vehicle
back like
and you
5
make a phone call.
minutes now. Sorry.
The call is recorded within the infotainment system, and it's
Her
recorded with
phone-
the infotainment system's timestamp.
Could you?
It
focus on
must
the
be
right-hand
her
box,
connecting to the infotainment system then.
At that point,
Did you
it
do the
had
right-hand
to,
box?
right?
Yes, I did.
Was
But
that
it's
from
called
John Porter or
one
Mr.
phone
Sorger's
when
opinion?
she's
That's Mr.
sleeping.
DeSilvers.
Did you have any
Or she's in the
agreement
house.
with that?
Yes,
She
I
was
do
in the
agree with
house
that
for most of
calculation,
that,
but
I
again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning versus when we're really interested in around 12:30.
We have the next slide, please.
You will turn up your headphones and listen to us yell.
You will hear us argue, by God.
know what this
We're
photograph
trying to
looks like?
figure this out.
Yes, so this screenshot came from Dr. Welcher's presentation.
When's the first time you saw this screen?
When I saw this presentation.
In Mr. DeSorger's report?
Correct,
Have you
yes.
seen this before that?
I had not seen this before that.
If we could focus in a little more, especially the bottom left hand.
I don't get any of this.
When you reviewed
If
this, did
that's
you
the
feel any
case,
need to do
though-
further testing?
Yes, I did.
Why?
If that's the case, though, right? If the infotainment is recording these timestamps and he's trying to match them to John's iPhone's timestamps, he said that the infotainment didn't record every phone call. So how is he matching up the appropriate phone calls? He can't possibly know which phone call he's connecting to those times. He's making shit up.
That's what Russian bot is saying. It's not weird, but how he analyzes the data and draws conclusion is not what I would consider remotely to a scientific degree of certainty.
There's no way to know that he's matching up the correct phone calls. He can't possibly know that. If the infotainment center doesn't record all of the phone calls, he can't possibly know that he's matching up the right phone calls. So that 8, 16, or 21, like those numbers are all bullshit. He's just guessing.
Hey, Valhalla, if you didn't notice, this guy doesn't know what he talks about. It's all bullshit.
So what we're looking at, if we zoom back out, so what that is the 12:23:38 is the approximate time that the text stream event occurred. Now, what we want to do is we want to be able to compare that to the 3-point turn from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. What you'll notice, though, is right here, we've got a circled GPS point. So if we can zoom in there.
It's not a circle.
So
it's a
this
little
circle here
douche.
is actually circled GPS point 155, which is after this point, but we'll kind of ignore that. But GPS 154, and it's
Just
hard to see,
ignore
the
it.
time is 12:23:58.
No big deal.
You can't ignore it if you
When we
put it
look at
on the
that,
slide.
What we see is that actually that GPS position is recorded before the 3-point turn even starts.
You mentioned 154 begins recording before the 3-point turn starts.
Correct.
Is the end time of the 3-point turn a time before or after that 12:23:58?
Sure. So the end of the 3-point turn logically would be after this point.
At the time you saw the slide, had you broken down point 154?
No, not at the time that I saw this slide.
What is point 154?
Don't-
We've never.
It
Could
doesn't
you zoom
matter.
back out a little bit? Please.
That's,
Can I show
I
you
don't understand
exactly-
what
The
any
information
of
in the
these
right box,
points
is
are
that
at
from
this
you or from
point.
Mr. DeSorga?
That
At
is
this
not for
point,
me.
I'm putting
When you
the
read that,
family doll
did
with
that
his head
tell
up
you
his
to want
butt
to do
because
anything?
that's how I
Yes, it
feel
did.
this
So again, my
person
initial
is.
thought was to address this during testimony. With further review and further thought, I decided it was best to offer a supplemental report.
Sir, you
What
don't
this
have
is,
to.
basically the math I agree with. The point I don't agree with is that GPS 154 is the time
You are
towards
not
the
even
end
a
of the 3-point turn.
mathologist.
And now
You're a
reviewing further data, we know that's not true.
The 12:23:58
Car pressologist.
event on the phone, is that related to the first event, the 3-point turn, or the second event, the backing maneuver?
So that's going to be related to the first event, the 3-point turn.
Was there any other data that was closer in time to the to the backing event that you had access to?
No, not that we had access to.
We turn to the next slide, please. You've seen this part of the report before.
Yes, I have.
Having seen the earlier part of the report, does it help you explain and understand this diagram?
Yes, it does.
Is this your diagram or Mr. DeSorga's?
This is Mr. DeSogris.
Do you agree with this diagram?
No, I do not.
Could you explain to us what this, from your perspective, from your experience, what this chart is trying to suggest?
Sure. So this chart is trying to suggest that the lock event always occurs after the end of the text stream event. And again, that's using inaccurate adjustments to make that conclusion.
I want you to use the pointer, and I want you to take us line by line why you believe that this is inaccurate in trying to conclude the time of those locking adjustments.
Sure. So it's kind of hard to tell. So what we've got is we've actually got two different sections. So we've got the top section, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 events. So that's going to be the GPS event, and those. Let's see. No, that's going to be this. It's hard to say. That's going to be the phone calls and the GPS event that are calculated in this.
No, that's not that hard. Phone call and GPS isn't that hard to say.
And it's also done with the 3-second delay as well, adjusted. But what we see is, so this obviously +1 is one of the phone calls that was from the defendant's iPhone time, so not from the infotainment system. So that's a inaccurate comparison. Same thing for the +2, the +1 and the +2 again, the +8, the +16, and the +20 are going to be those last two calls. If you'll notice, the very last call, we can't really tell which phone call is the correct one to compare, so we're using both within that same time frame. And that's why we get the 16 or the 21-second variance. But again, that's 5 o'clock in the morning, so that's not appropriate for the time that we were interested in. And then the 20-second variance is coming from that inaccurate GPS position comparison.
Could we enlarge that a little bit, Ms. Gilman? On the 2021, is that plus or minus 21?
So that is -21.
The 20 and 21, is that based on different information than the 1, 2, and 8?
Yes, it is.
And explain again for us, where's the different source of the information?
Sure. So the -20 is coming from that GPS point 154, which we know is not the end of the 3-point turn. It's right before the 3-point turn begins. And the -21 is coming from the last phone call that happens around 5:20, I believe, or 5:30. And again, that's 5 hours after the time of interest.
The -20 and -21, is that suggesting that time should be taken off or put onto Mr. O'Keefe's phone for synchronization?
Sure. So that's suggesting that time should be. I'd have to go back to the other slides. I believe that's either way. It's suggesting that the iPhone lock event occurs +6 or +5 seconds after the end of the text stream event.
Besides not accommodating for the timing of that timestamp at the beginning of the 3-point turn, is there anything else about this that concerns you?
No, just that overall, these numbers can be misleading, again, because they're based on inaccurate adjustments and could lead, again, the jury to believe that the lock event always happens after the end of the text stream event.
Can we go to the last page of Mr. DeSorga's report? Is this a conclusion offered by Mr. DeSorga?
Yes, it is.
Did you agree with that?
No, I did not.
Why not?
So based on those inaccurate adjustments, this slide is, again, kind of misleading in the fact that it states there's always interaction with Mr. O'Keefe's phone after the end of the text stream event.
You can take that down and turn that off please, for a moment.
It compares with the black box thing on the car.
After reviewing this report, you told us you then engaged in further study for synchronization?
Yes, I did.
Did you call me on May?
Yep. I still can't understand. He's just sitting with two sets of data, and then he says, "This is when it happened." Again, I don't understand how, if any, this is an exact science. Because a science should be replicable, and if you have two experts that disagrees this wildly on it, someone should be able to just sit down and say, well, we ran it through this computer system and it shows it lined up. The problem is all of this will be interpretation. So this is a battle of the experts who presents best on the stand. It's kind of like with the 227 where we were yelling at both Mr. Green and Mr. Whiffen because Mr. Green was an absolutely horrendous Commonwealth defense witness last time. He couldn't tell you what time of day it was without going into some weird tale about nothing. And this guy, I don't know what I don't know what we're talking about now.
How do I sound now? Mr. Mo tried to help.
Yes, now you're back.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mr. Mo. Apparently, I just had to plug it in somewhere else. I thought he had plugged it in where it had to stay, but apparently it was just a different USB. This is why I love Mr. Mo.
Sometimes it works. It's probably because you put it in a not at 3.0. It shouldn't be this hard to show someone was hit by Alexa. It should be fairly obvious. The strength that there are many data points is its own weakness. The problem is unless you are totally not a Russian, there's no way you understand one word that's been said. I don't understand any of it.
Not a chance.
Yes.
And what were you told to do about a report?
On May 7th?
Yes.
Sure. So that was finish the report and submit it.
Did you?
I did.
When did you submit it?
May
Wait.
8th.
And do you know that it was provided?
Yeah, this is what he's doing.
He
He
was
says,
told to finish the report by Hank, who didn't know about the report.
no, this must be the first report. That's again.
Okay.
To the defense by email on May 8th? Do you know if it was provided to the defense?
Yes, I know it was provided. I don't know when.
I don't know when. Oh. Fucking line.
But you talked to Brennan about it, so explain.
Now, if we could have Mr. Burgess's PowerPoint. We can go back to page 38, please.
No, he said May 7th, May 8th. He's talking about this report. Somebody told him
You
to do it.
guys, is he getting like redder?
Yeah,
he looks like somebody smacked him
And
in the
again,
book.
this is his
After you
team
explain to us-
asking him questions. And we're caught up.
Dang it. Now we can't speed.
He
Yeah,
said
he
May
said-
7th and May 8th.
Yeah, he said May 7th. Were you asked to do this report? He said no. That's a lie.
Yep. Even Thor fell asleep.
She should just call lunch now because it's 12 o'clock, but she's going to do that now.
I thought it would be quicker, it's my fault, so. Go for lunch and Mr. Burgess again. you can
Yeah,
follow it.
thank you.
All rise, please. Jared, close the notebook, follow me.
Yeah, it's 1 o'clock, not 12 o'clock.
Sorry, I'm still not mathing. Did she say a 45 or a 50-minute break? Well,
Didn't catch it.
Well, keep an eye on it. I didn't think Alessi did well this morning,
I didn't
but
either.
listening to this redirect, I think I understand less of what he did now than I did yesterday.
No, I think I actually understand more now. He basically just matched up phone calls, decided to pick which varied the most, and used that as a starting point or a presentation rather to the jury. Right? He chose 6 phone calls out of how many were made? 57 or some ridiculous number of phone calls.
He actually said there were some phone calls we don't know which one it was, so we took 2 of them.
He just guessed. He's like, well, there's these phone calls were coming in so fast, basically, from Karen Reed and from everybody else in the morning that morning that they don't all line up. The infotainment center didn't record all of them, and they're so close together. The ones that they did record, he's not sure which phone calls they're linked to. So he's got a 37-second variable on one phone call, which can't be. It's either one or the other. It's either 16 or 21, and he's trying to throw these numbers out there and just confuse the shit out of everybody. It's Russian Bot said, or I believe it was Russian Bot, he cherry picked the data to present to the jury, and it's probably the most confusing data he could find. Because Karen's car was going in the garage, you stupid bitch. Oh my God.
Because he was driving with Karen, so he would want the car that he is in to be in.
He moved it out of the garage for Karen, so Karen could park her car there.
Yes,
that's not a mystery, Wendy.
Well, I heard someone say he would never do that. He hated Karen, and Karen admitted, "I hit him. So that raises a lot of questions that I think we should talk about. Oh my God!
Why?
Can someone tell me? I don't understand what we just watched. This is establishing that your witness is perfectly cromulent.
I can tell you, I took a bunch of notes, and I have no idea what went on. If Alessi can concisely and without going into rabbit holes or great details explain that everything this man says is built upon a tower of lies, I don't care if he put out pursuing. 6 other documents have him as, a bachelor degree haver. So I'm just about done with everything he says. And I think that Mr. Oh, daggone it, I forgot his name again. Mr. D from ARCA is going to wipe his...
Mr. D.
I can't remember.
Dr. Wolf?
No, the one that they've been trashing his...
Sacco.
Oh, DeSagro?
DeSagro, yeah.
DeSabro. I was
That guy.
like, DeGucci? I was like, no, that's wrong. It's like DeFleek?
It's
That's
DeSagro.
really wrong.
I'm just trying to go through Sue to see if she has done. There are some yawns on the jury. We are close to lunch break. They're all paying attention. Interesting that a witness for the prosecution is testifying against a defense expert report, even though that expert hasn't testified yet.
Yes.
Some jurors are shifting and fiddling a bit. I would do too. Jurors are paying close attention to this slide and testimony. Paying attention. So the juror who was paying close attention on cross about this topic is paying close attention again. Again, it's just... Yeah, it seems like the jury is watching, but again, we don't read minds, we don't read body language because that's BS when everyone tells you they can do it. And all we know is the jury is 18 normal people, and if they are anywhere near the 280 people watching us right now, plus the 33 people over on Rumble, thank you for joining me over there as well. No one, except totally not a Russian bot, understands one word of what's been said for the last hour. Because me and Valhalla is yelling at each other. Mo is fiddling her USB port. Not an innuendo. And
That's a single entendre. That's the kind I like.
it's... And again, he's going to be... We're not getting out of this guy today because now
No.
Recross is coming up.
Okay, I'm sorry to have to explain this with the doll, but he
doll
has
is so
reached
creepy, Mo.
he has reached Lemmy-Winks levels of cranial rectitis. He is going to have to crawl all the way through the digestive tract just to get his head back on his shoulders. His head's too far in.
This is, I don't, how did it go this morning? Look at our
Slow and
faces.
painful. Slow and
We are sitting here thinking, what?
Why?
Well, you're doing God's word. How many steps did it record? I love that Winnie Politano. It sounds like Napolitano. It's an ice cream. It's the one with 3 colors. We call them 3 color in Denmark because we're smart. We just name it after what it's looking.
I used to call it
kind of like
Napoleon
America, where everything is
Yeah.
spelled the way it's said, except
No, Neapolitan is
95%
what
of the
we
words.
called it.
When I was a kid, I called it Napoleon ice cream. That's when I was a kid. It was the Napoleon
Because
ice
it's a little short, even though it's a lie.
I don't know why.
Napoleon is a totally adequate 5'5", 5'6", I believe, which actually was tall for that.
I think it was like
time
5'7", I think.
No, I think it was 5'5", 5'6", but that was average at that time. Hung like a horse, they say.
Well, so was Rasputin. That's why everyone slept with him despite him being stinky and gross, allegedly.
Like 17 inches or some craziness on Rasputin. They kept his member in a jar for a long time. It was supposed to be ginormous.
17 inches.
Something crazy like that.
How do
14
you
or
find
17
pants
inches.
that? How do you find pants that fit? I get. Well, that's why he wore robes. Makes
Yep.
sense.
Yep. According
again,
to Google, Napoleon was 5'6".
Someone had it right.
I said 5'7". I was pretty close.
Yeah, I was closer. Who was fiddling with the USB port? Mo. Mo has been all up in that port all day.
Mr. Mo's sticking it in different holes, apparently fixing the problem.
No, you
Well,
have to
you
put
know,
it
I
in the
tried
back.
turning-
I've told you so many times.
He actually used the front of the thingamabobber, so I don't know what I'm talking. I thought you had to put it in the back because it was closer to all the moving bits, but apparently you shut up all the. Never mind. Why am I talking? I'm going to leave now and help my daughter with her bank stuff.
Yeah, everyone don't do like Mo. Put it in the front.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
Just pin it on the girl, right?